Good morning to all of you. Welcome back to the Iesba board meeting. Thank you for joining timely. I hope that you all had a very good rest after the long, though productive day yesterday, and that you are ready for another long day. Good morning to all of you. Welcome back with a very substantial agenda that we have Iesba board meeting. Today is really the Sustainability Day. We will spend our day on the two sustainability work streams proposals and issues for discussion. In the morning, we will discuss the work of work stream 1 on independence, ethics independence standards for sustainability assurance. And in the afternoon, we will go into the work stream 2 topics on ethics and independence standards for sustainability reporting. This is the agenda for today, and I very much hope that the board is able to be as active and contributive as you were yesterday. I was really amazed and happy for the level of contribution and participation yesterday. I think that the context helps. I think that we are all inspired by this wonderful place where we are meeting. Also, about the communication, the announcement yesterday about the adoption of the Iesba Code that I think we haven't yet absorbed fully absorbed, but which is really an amazing step forward in the Iesba's outreach, the Iesba's recognition, and the importance of ethics in such an important market as the UAE market. So we really have reasons to celebrate and a great incentive to be focused on doing our best. Before we go, we dig into the agenda, and before I give the floor to Mark to present on the workstream 1 topics, I'd just like to go back very briefly to a topic that was very, well, superficially mentioned here yesterday, but about which I need to inform the board and, if necessary, have a very short discussion here. Mark, as you heard yesterday, asked Vili from IAASP about the intention of IAASP to anticipate their timeline. What was planned was that the IAASP would put forward put out for consultation their exposure draft in September, and the Iesba is heading for December. Well, with at a certain point, we thought that we could possibly anticipate it for September as well, but this is most probably not possible. So we were assuming that there was going to be a different timeline between the IAASP and Iesba, which should be about 2 or 3 months. Now, the ISSB, for reasons which are understandable, they seem to have moved very fast, and as you have seen from their presentation yesterday, the proposal and the project seems quite robust, absolutely clear about where they want to go. They have drafted the standards, so they are actually ready to move, but they will discuss in their board meeting next week the possibility of anticipating the exposure draft into June this year, which will mean that we will have a time difference of not 2 or 3 months, but really 6 months. Of course, this has implications, and this has implications in terms of the need to coordinate with ISSB. This is something that we and ISSB as well, we consider to be critical, that our stakeholders have been underlying and highlighting very frequently that there is a critical need that both projects are coordinated and that there are no gaps, no contradictions, no difficulties for the users of both standards to navigate them. So it will, if the board, because the decision has not been made yet, but if the ISSB board makes such a decision to anticipate the exposure draft into June, this means that all the most substantial coordination work, namely with respect to definitions, but it's most probably not the only aspect that we have to coordinate. We have to make sure that we keep our the space to make our own decisions. This will have to be done on the next, I'd say, 2 months, 3 at maximum. So we will have to anticipate our work as well. This is, of course, not neutral for us, also considering that we are just starting thinking about the content of the standards, which is what really matters in terms of coordination. So I wanted to be very transparent with the board about this change of plans in terms of timelines. Again, this is not something on which the ISSB has already decided. It will be discussed next week. But I think that we can take it as a very high possibility because they have the work, they advanced in their work in ways that allows them to anticipate the timeline. And so I think we can work upon that possibility as being a real, almost something that we will know that will happen. So yeah, I just wanted to make this clear to the board and see if there are any reactions or contributions or comments or questions. Most of them I may probably not be able to respond to, but anyway, questions are sometimes as important as the responses because even if we don't have it now, we will go and try to get them. I would open now the floor for any comment or question. Christelle.
Yes, thank you. The presentation from Willy was very interesting and really, it seems very complete. But when there was a question about, did you address the group audit issues, and I think it was ISA 600 or something like that. No, it was put aside. So I wonder if we could make sure that the things they put aside are not going to put us in difficulties to treat correctly the ethics aspect of this.
Thank you, Christelle. Jens?
I was a little bit surprised listening to the experts' independence and objectivity in the new ISA 5000, which needs, I think, a lot of coordination. They have made up a possible solution. I don't want to go into detail, but that is a field where the question is who is doing what, especially the question who is defining. I see the point that's important from the audit perspective, the assurance perspective, but it's also an ethical question. So I think that is a further part where we have to coordinate very closely.
Thank you, Jens. Well, before I wait for any other comments, let's say that this immediate reaction around the table shows that we may have some challenges along the way, because you immediately identified two topics where we may have to coordinate, and it's not only about definitions. Jens, let me tell you that the PIOB, I think that the PIOB identified already that question. At least there was some concerns raised by the PIOB in their issues note and also in leadership meetings around the need for the ISSB coordinate with the Iesba on that topic precisely. I don't know if it was exactly the same thing, but I think so. So this is something that has it's already in the radar of the PIOB and of course in our radar as well. I don't know if there are any other comments. What I would say is that we will have to, I mean, Christelle, when you say, I'd like to make sure that, please make sure that this is addressed. This is going to be a collective job for all of us. And I'm afraid something that will put some pressure on us on the next few weeks, because actually we will not have much time to identify the topics and address them properly. I'd also like you to understand that this will put some pressure, additional pressure on the staff, of course, in their coordination role with the ISSB. Of course, we have Rich, who is our representative in terms of coordination with ISSB, to whom I also asked to be attentive. But this will put additional pressure on the staff. There are some risks along the way. So your contributions in that respect, please keep that in mind. Of course, you will be informed about final decisions from the ISSB, because, as I said, it's not, it has not been yet decided nor publicly announced. But your reflections on what it can mean for us will be very welcome. Again, we are just starting developing the content of the standard, so it's very possible that later in the future we will identify other issues, but anything that we can flag anticipatedly would be very useful. Ken, do you want to add something?
Yeah, just a couple of quick reactions to Christelle's and Jens's comments. First of all, in relation to group engagements, we have indeed raised this matter with them. What they've indicated, meaning the ISSB team, is that in their draft standard, they have a number of provisions that refers to the use of others, the use of the work of others. So that is an area that we should look at within workstream, I would say within workstream 1, because that is addressing more the independence side of things. And in fact, maybe Mark will raise this question later in the session today relative to that workstream. With regard to the use of experts, that is a very good question, Jens, because our stakeholders might indeed raise this question. Which board is the right or the appropriate board to be addressing the ethical considerations related to the use of experts and potentially the independent side of things? So as we proceed on the use of experts project, I would ask the task force to really look at how the ISSB has or is proposing to deal with the matter of experts in their draft ISSA 5000 standard. So definitely two important areas for coordination.
Thank you, Ken. Any other comment? Okay, so let's keep this under our attention and see how it goes and what it will mean. The risk that we can take is to come up with something on both sides which does not seem coordinated, and try as much as possible to avoid any external perception that these two boards are working separately. This is the opposite of what we have been telling the world, and of what we have been doing, by the way. There has been very close coordination at staff level with the weekly meetings and etc. between the two boards, and also at chairs level. Tom and I are speaking very frequently, but we have to make sure that this translates into a really coordinated final product that doesn't pose questions and problems to the users of the future standards, and to those who will have to respond to the public, to the consultation, to the exposure drafts. Okay, so let's move forward, try to make the best out of our time, and for this I'll give the floor immediately to Mark. Mark will present on the update us on the reflections and the work that has been done by Task Force 1 on sustainability independence considerations. Mark, thank you very much for all the work that the Task Force has already undertaken and the conclusions that you have already reached. And let's go get ready for a good discussion today around this. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I suppose really as just a little bit of scene setting, I'm very grateful for the engagement of the task force in respect of the work that's been done on independence, and of course all of the work that Sylvia and Keith have done to keep us on track. But we've also been very fortunate to have the support of 3 of our technical advisors, and that has helped us really get through a significant chunk of work that we would not have otherwise been able to do. So we're very grateful for the input, and that's helped us to move forward. I think the other thing that it's helpful for the board to bear in mind as we have these discussions is that when we meet again in June, we will need to have the text of standards to do a read-through. And although we have a significant amount of work planned in respect of our global roundtables and our wider outreach and our ongoing coordination and engagement, it means that after this meeting, we will have to start very swiftly with pen to paper if we're able to meet that ambition for having that read-through of text at the June meeting. And I realise that it's important that we continue to inform and enrich our discussions and to take account of all of the feedback that we've planned to get. But there is a degree of writing that has to be done if we are to meet the timetable for this project. So I ask the board to bear that in mind as we work through the presentation. So in terms of what I want to cover, firstly, I think it's helpful to talk through where we've gone in some of the proposed definitions that will be quite foundational in any changes to the code to deal with sustainability type engagements. So a definition for an assurance engagement, the assurance team and the assurance client. And I think I would sort of pause at that point and reflect on what Vili said yesterday. So the IAASB has developed its standard to support the provision of sustainability assurance engagements that will result in a limited or reasonable assurance opinion. And I think one of the interesting things for the board to discuss this morning will be whether the focus of our work is assurance engagements or assurance engagements and certification engagements, because they're very different things. And I think, you know, there is something to learn from the alignment that we have with the IAASB. There's also independence considerations, in particular the relationship that the provider of sustainability assurance will have with their client, and also what should we do in respect of the provision of non-audit services. Where the provider is the auditor, of course, we've got a well-established framework. What happens in terms of other providers? They may not actually provide other services, or they may be part of a larger corporate network, and we need to think about how to best deal with that if we had to have that consistent and that equivalent approach. So what have we done? Well, we met in January. We've had joint meetings between the 2 work streams, and we've had follow-up virtual meetings to finalise the documents, both for the round tables, the CAG, and also this board meeting. There's ongoing coordination at staff level with the use of experts task force as well to make sure that we're taking a consistent approach, and obviously with the IAASB staff and the Sustainability Task Force there as well. In terms of the sort of first question, the sustainability assurance engagement, we need to make sure that the proposed definition, which is there in the blue box on the left, is in line with the assurance engagement definition in the code, and also with where the IAASB are proposing to go in the draft ISSA 500. Now, I suppose the question that begs, based on Vili's presentation yesterday, is whether that definition should change. So it says, to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence in order to express a limited or reasonable assurance conclusion. And I think that's probably one of the things that the board will need to give due consideration to and provide direction. We're also very aware of the fact that sustainability assurance engagements cover a diverse range of engagements. And those engagements have different intended users and they have different information. So the thing is, what is our focus? And I think one of the things is that we've, from the outset, taken the position that sustainability information is of heightened public interest, and therefore the bar that we should measure against are the higher standards in Part 4A, the more stringent requirements that apply in the audit of financial statements. So it would be helpful to get the board's views about whether that is still the position that we wish to take. In terms of the scope of the standard for sustainability assurance, obviously you heard yesterday about research carried out both by IFAC and by the task force to better understand the landscape that we're proposing to develop standards for, and to think about how we deal with the development of new standards to apply to engagements of heightened public interest. These two boxes are quite important, and I think that they were discussed at length really by the CAG, and it did spark off quite a spirited discussion. So one of the things that the CAG recognised, I think, is that we are taking on a very large and challenging project. And I suppose the challenge is, if you're prioritising what needs to be done and where your high standards apply, what criteria could you use? And these two boxes offer that. So firstly, the high bar that we talk about in 4A applies where assurance is being provided on sustainability information reported in accordance with a general purpose reporting framework. So very much aligned to the IAASB's ISSA 500. So, you know, very, very consistent there. But I think the other marker is reflecting the very significant diversity of different types of information and different engagements. The high bar applies where sustainability information is widely available to the public and other stakeholders, very much looking at it from a public interest perspective. All that information is specifically used for decision taking. So I think that's a way of trying to narrow down the criteria in a way that allows us to take a decision about how to best prioritise what we need to tackle early and, you know, potentially what things can follow later. We propose that any changes to the code and any new material would specify the scope in its introduction. And with respect to other engagements that weren't caught by the criteria in these two bullets, then we would propose that PAs would apply the provisions for other assurance engagements in Part 4B. Obviously, it's for the board to decide whether this is something that is revised in due course. One of the things that is on our agenda for discussion this afternoon is how we deal with the PI definition as currently drafted within the code itself, and obviously recently revised as a result of a significant amount of work by the board. So we'll talk about this afternoon, but with an opening position of we use the definition of a PI as is in the code, but of course with the flexibility for jurisdictions to think about adding in other entities where appropriate. And one of the questions, again, that the task force will be considering is, are there criteria that we could help develop that would help identify other entities that jurisdictions might want to bring within the PI definition? And of course, we should remember yesterday when we heard from our hosts here in Abu Dhabi about the adoption of the code, one of the things that they had thought about was the expansion of the PI definition in respect of particular needs in their jurisdiction. So if I can take a sort of first pause, I'll hand back to you, Gabriella, and ask really for board input on views on the proposals regarding the definition of a sustainability assurance engagement in the context of the code, bearing in mind what we heard from Vili yesterday, and also the scope for the ethics and independence standards for sustainability assurance engagements. And it would be extremely helpful to the task force as a whole if board members were also able to consider and give their views on whether or not it is right to delineate between an assurance engagement providing either limited or reasonable assurance and a certification engagement, which of course does not deliver the same type of assurance conclusion. So if I can pause there and perhaps ask Gabriella if you'd open it up to board members.
Sure, Mark. Thank you very much for this part of the presentation, and I really think that it's time to break to separate the questions. So inputs on these proposals about the definition of assurance, sustainability assurance engagement, and it's the first definition that we are going to discuss here, and what is proposed as being the scope for ethics and independence standards for sustainability assurance. Andy.
Thank you, Chair. First, before my question, it seems like certification sounds a little bit analogous to direct reporting engagements to me. But on the slide before, on slide 5, with the assurances provided on sustainable information with a general purpose reporting framework, I was, perhaps with one of my questions yesterday, concerned about the reports that are based upon criteria developed by the reporting entity itself. And that seems like that's a playground for mischief on an ethical perspective, both in terms of the professional accountant being involved with the development, perhaps, of those criteria, and whether or not they could therefore not be independent with regard to their statement, or just whether or not there are other threats to due care, et cetera, with regard to self-directed. So general purpose reporting framework, I don't know if the task force has on its radar this issue of self-developed criteria, because I find that a bigger concern as opposed to a financial statement audit where at least the criteria come from someone and we know what, and it's hard enough to figure out if you comply with those criteria, but when you develop your own criteria, that just seems to be an ethical storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. And it is something that is very much on the radar. And I think, again, it was quite helpful to listen to Vili's presentation yesterday, where the draft ISSA standard contains a requirement in there for the practitioner or the provider to consider whether or not the framework that's being reported against and the criteria that are being used are reasonable. And of course, if there are concerns about why that framework is being used or what's being reported, then the practitioner doesn't take, or the provider doesn't take that engagement. And I think we need to sort of look to develop some similar type of proposal, even if it is specifically a question that we feed into the consultation when we have an exposure draft, because as you rightly say, it brings with it threats. And, you know, as an initial take, threats that I don't believe you can necessarily safeguard. So you're absolutely right to put it on the radar, And I think it is something that we have to look at in terms of saying that there are, those engagements which are carried out in accordance with a recognised general purpose framework, and those are the sort of things that we should be prioritising and focusing on, and other things that don't lend themselves to the same extent, we might want to consider whether or not that falls outside of the scope of this project.
Okay, yeah, because I'm skeptical that self-developed criteria that those threats can ever be overcome for the practitioner, but I'm willing to listen.
Thank you. Vanya.
Thank you. It's much more a question of clarification on my perception here, Andrew, because in accountancy for IFRS Foundation, for example, general purpose information is that is built to be used by those who do not have direct access to internal information. So it doesn't mean that it was a model prepared by the company itself, but much more information for the market to make decision when they are not able to go inside the company and get information there. That's how I read that, and I did not associate it, this circumstance to the company itself building their framework. Mark, could you please clarify which situation you are bringing here?
Well, I think the answer to your question or your request for clarification, Vanya, is that there's a whole range of different alternatives here. There are some reports that are very clearly, as you say, from established general purpose frameworks. There are others where we've seen entities almost like cherry picking individual bits of information and choosing to present those in a certain way, and then attempt to assert a conclusion on the back of it. So, I think what we're looking at is a very sort of diverse range of different options. And what we're saying is that there are a slice of these options that are carried out to an appropriate standard in accordance with a recognised framework, and those sort of engagements lend themselves to that reasonable assurance conclusion or limited assurance conclusion. But where there are other things that are just individual pieces of information that don't necessarily come together in a framework, it is far more difficult. And that's some of the things that are dropping out of the pieces of research that we've looked at. Like David's presentation yesterday was extraordinarily helpful, although of course David's presentation was predicated on things that he'd picked out where ISAE 3000 and other recognised frameworks for providing assurance had been used. We have to recognise there are things that sit outside of those boxes, and we need to think quite quickly about how we deal with those.
Thank you, Mark. Rich.
Thank you. Mark, I think this is a clarification, but if I look at the definition on the prior page, where it talks about obtain sufficient appropriate evidence in order to express a conclusion designed to enhance the degree of confidence, I read that to be quite broad and that it would encompass a variety of different types of engagements, including potentially certifications. And I'm fine with that, but I just want to make sure, is that what we're saying, is we're trying to cover everything here? Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. I think sort of having listened very carefully, really, to Vili's presentation yesterday and reflecting on some of our earlier discussions, I personally think there are downsides to having such a broad definition. And therefore, my question to the board is that should we actually amend that definition where it says in order to express a reasonable assurance or limited assurance conclusion? Because in a sense, then we are looking at more formalised reporting, and we're not looking at, effectively what might be ad hoc information and ad hoc conclusions drawn on that. And again, I think it picks up on discussion that we had at the CAG, where a number of members of the CAG sort of picked up on this, where they were saying, well, what are the most important engagements to ensure that there is a robust framework on which to report and give those conclusions? And it was, you know, very much at that reasonable and limited assurance end of the range, not other ad hoc things.
So I appreciate that. I guess I wonder if we should, first of all, I'd want to make sure that that lines up with both reasonable assurance and limit assurance that IAASB is going to have. But where does that, so as I think about other organizations that just issue certifications, do we have a sense, and maybe we need to do this in some of our further outreach with IOSCO and regulators, that they're not going to recognize certifications as being enough, and that they're going to expect reasonable or limited assurance? So not to respond to, but just something we might want to think about as we develop and collaborate with those constituent stakeholders.
That's a good point, and an important topic. Thank you. And this is really an important discussion. So I think I would encourage the board members to step in and share their views or questions. And there are some questions which are sometimes more important than the responses. So don't be shy. This is really an important moment where we are defining the scope of these standards. So listening to you would be very important. But Ken, please.
Yeah, I'll just come in very quickly in reaction to what Rich and Mark just referred to in relation to certifications, but I do have other comments which I'll come on to later on. But I think it's important for the board, everybody around the board table here, to understand what we perceive to be the difference between assurance and certification. Because I'm not sure everybody is on the same page necessarily, because when we refer to certification, many people will read certification to mean assurance, that there is, you know, we certify, you know, subject matter information is in accordance with whatever criteria. And to all intents and purposes, that is assurance. But what do we mean to be the difference between assurance and certification? Because until we articulate that difference, I'm not sure really everybody is kind of understanding where we're going in terms of trying to make a differentiation between the two concepts.
Thanks, Ken. That's a helpful question, and I think the sort of question back for board colleagues is that is the difference that we choose to recognise one where, on one hand, you have a report to provide assurance on that is prepared using a general purpose reporting framework, and a report that has been prepared on information that has been developed to meet certain criteria. But the scope of those criteria might be more specific or more limited, and therefore, and not necessarily, you know, this is my words rather than anything else, a special purpose framework rather than a general purpose framework.
And if I can just respond quickly, Mark, and maybe that's getting into a bit of a technical discussion. But any engagement that is directed towards enhancing the degree of confidence of intended users, in fact, as is articulated in the definition on the screen, it goes to the concept of assurance. A practitioner can be engaged to provide assurance related to a general purpose or a special purpose framework. But under the IAASB's assurance framework and IAC 3000, that is assurance. It is simply that there's a difference between the criteria. Is the criteria a set of special purpose criteria that is, to Andy's point, self-directed, self-designed by the entity, to which the auditor is called upon under the assurance standard of IAASB to evaluate the suitability of such criteria, or is it a general purpose framework? But in both cases, under the IAASB's assurance framework, you would be dealing with an assurance engagement. So I think it can be quite nuanced, and I think we have to make sure that everybody kind of understands what we're trying to get to in terms of that differentiation.
And again, I think probably the other consideration I'd add to that, Ken, is that from a public interest perspective, we are concerned by information that is being used by intended users. Do those intended users appreciate the difference between an assurance engagement, indeed an assurance engagement that gives a limited or reasonable assurance conclusion, and one which is a conclusion on a more limited subset of criteria, be it from an external reporting framework designed by a certification provider, or as Andy said, a reporting framework that has been designed by the entity itself. And I think one of the sort of significant risks here, and this is why the public trust is really important, is that we have to be very careful not to encourage public trust in things that don't necessarily deserve that trust. And I think that's, you know, a really helpful prompt that Andy gave us earlier about, you know, we can clearly recognise where trust is warranted or should be deserved, and we can clearly recognise circumstances where it isn't. We've got a large grey area in the middle, and obviously with previous experience on the tax planning work, Jens is our expert on grey areas in the middle, so we'll be looking to him to help now. But that is really what lies at the heart of this consideration.
Thank you, Mark. Interesting discussion, and I think that what you said about being important not to try to get confidence or trust on things which are not trustable, it's something that it's easy to agree here around the table, so sometimes we can agree very easily. Laurie.
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, Gabriella. To echo Andy a little bit, I hadn't focused on that people might have developed these themselves, but I had flagged the question of who decides that something is a general purpose framework. When does it graduate from just some stuff into that general purpose framework, which sort of touches on this issue that is something that we could or should be relying on as stakeholders. And then the other question I had is sort of twofold. If you go to the next slide on 5, and this is a little bit wordsmithy, but one, how do we decide, and this is just something to think about, you don't have to necessarily answer it, how do we decide something is widely available versus just available? I mean, that's somewhat nuanced, or that it is actually being used for decision making versus just out there, and I think we just need to think about that, because those are two pretty big qualifiers in Part B.
And yeah, both very substantive issues, but I suppose your first question almost comes back to Vanya's question, which was actually information prepared using a general purpose framework in financial reporting terms would mean financial reports intended to meet the information needs of users who are unable to require the preparation of financial information. So you're unable to commission it, but you're relying on something that is prepared in accordance with a recognised framework. So it's the question of, you know, based on David's presentation yesterday and the analysis that he did, what are the frameworks that we choose to bring within the loop, and what are the ones that we choose to leave outside? And that is a fundamental question. In terms of that widely available, I don't necessarily have an answer to it. However, one of the things that we did touch on very briefly in the CAG discussion is we said widely available information would be either information that was included within or published alongside a company's annual report, or was something that was there in a company announcement to markets as a way of identifying potential sources of investment or business.
Thank you, Mark. We can possibly look at the use of the same expression, for instance, in financial securities regulations, where it is widely used for enforcement purposes and regulatory purposes. I think it was Rania after.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, again, to the point of general purpose reporting framework. So I think if we're excluding any particular like special purpose reporting frameworks, do we really want to do that? Because I think perhaps, you know, in the interest of what we're trying to accomplish, which is, you know, to be very, you know, comprehensive and being able to address different types of engagements, different types of professions, perhaps it is better not to use the term or not to try to exclude any special reporting frameworks, especially that, unless we have reason to believe that assurance for general purpose reporting frameworks is going to be different from special reporting frameworks, you know. So unless we believe that this is an issue, I don't see why we need to be very specific. I think it's in our best interest to stay at as high a level as possible. That's my first point. My second point is, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I missed this, but have we agreed on a definition of sustainability information? Because yesterday, I think that was in the IAASB presentation, and I think perhaps that, that should be our starting point. Concerning the definition of an assurance engagement, again, and that's just a question, isn't it better perhaps for us to just assume the IAASB definition, since they are the experts on assurance and from a coordination point of view? So I think they are in a better position to define assurance engagements. And if we have a different definition, then I think, which will be the more, relied upon one, since they are the experts on assurance. And finally, on the issue of certification, I think, and to Ken's point, since we haven't, we don't really understand, that was my initial question before Ken, came in. I don't really understand certification or the difference between that and assurance. And so if we don't really have that skill set, and given the very tight timelines, do we have, do we really want to get into this now at this point, or perhaps maybe keep it for a later stage? So that's it, thank you.
And I think that's, that's a really helpful question and a really helpful challenge. And I suppose to deal with the last part of your question first, recognizing that we have a lot to do, if we are going to prioritize what we want to cover in, and look at it from an IAASB perspective, 5,000 will be the first standard, and it will be supplemented by other standards to cover other areas. So if this is our first, mile of road that we're laying, what do we want to bring within that scope? Now, on general purpose framework is a defined term in the IAASB glossary. And of course, we saw from Billy's presentation yesterday that they're focusing very much on engagements that result in a limited or reasonable assurance conclusion. Is that a more realistic thing to bite off as a priority without passing judgment on whether or not a certification framework is a general purpose financial framework or not? In a sense, the IAASB have already done that, not within the scope of 5,000, but they did it 20 years ago within the development of the glossary. So I think it's a very helpful question, because it's not intended as a these are in, these are out, but if we were saying what is our priority to cover with our initial sort of offering, to my mind, it would be those that align with the definition that ultimately is being used by the IAASB to develop its assurance framework. But it doesn't stop it being used if a provider is using a different assurance framework to the IAASB one.
Thank you, Mark. Sadia?
It's on. So this conversation is the foundation, and it's probably the most important aspect. And if we get this right, it will be smooth sailing, I think. On the, I, I really feel for the for the task force, because under the assurance engagement definition, it links completely to ISA 3000 revised. So the crux of what is being said in there actually refers to an assurance standard, which means that there's total alignment. And if we had to do this just for professional accountants, then I would think 5,000 would be an easy route, and professional agnostics, we'd have to consider it wider. Having said that, in our 4A section, we actually have provisions for special frameworks, special purpose frameworks, but we've scoped it into just an 800 series. So while we just focus here on the general purpose framework, we might consider whether we need to address those general purpose frameworks, because they are assurance. It's just a different standard. On the assurance and certification, being from an audit background, this leaves me uncomfortable, because professional accountants aren't allowed to use the word certify because it implies assurance but doesn't tell you what type of assurance. So I would tread carefully, and I would think that that would be a guidance material, that if a non-professional accountant was using it, does it imply assurance? They'll have to make a judgment, and if yes, then they're within this sustainability assurance engagement. That's it. Thank you.
I think you identify the challenges really well there, Sadia, and you know, of course, this question about inner certification engagement, you don't actually know what assurance is being provided. And that takes me back to my sort of earlier comment that one of the things we have to be very careful about in developing our standards is that we are taking steps to underpin public trust as a matter of public interest where that is warranted. And the other thing I think that we have to consider is back to that question of prioritisation. So if you remember back to when the working group started work, there was a suggestion very initially that there would be work to update 4A, and then there would be a further project in future to update 4B. And that was a recognition that you couldn't boil the ocean and do everything at once. You had to carve out what you wanted to do, go forward with it, and return later on for a second bite. And I suppose what I'm asking the board for is, what do you want to be the first bite, and what's on the list for the subsequent bites?
Thank you, Mark. Christelle.
Yes, building up on these remarks, I was wondering, there is a clarity in this CSRD in Europe asking for limited or reasonable assurance in the future. So it's somehow the regulator who is defining the type of assurance he expected on defined items. Now, from the point of view of the public interest, for sure, there is a need for better consideration for ethics and independence issues, even on other type of assurance. But I recognize that if it's incompatible with the time frame that we are in, we should prioritize. And by the way, the certifications are now done, okay, by PAs and by non-PAs. And so this hopefully will not be in a worse shape after ISA 5000 and our code is updated. And we can, by any material, say that this should be also reference for preparation of other type of reported information that is not subject to assurance or for certification, etc. To help get to best practice.
Sorry, Christelle, can you clarify? I didn't get the full meaning of what you were thinking about when you say we have to prioritize. Can you make it a little bit more concrete?
Yes, if we need to have a specific approach. If we need to be perfectly aligned with the scope of what IAASB is doing, then we have to focus the way Mark is proposing. If we take public interest in mind, there is a need for general increase in ethics and in raising the bar of ethics and independence on all types of assurance to get the world better. For some stakeholders are very happy about having information that is not subject, that has not been defined by a general framework, because they have some very focused interest, etc., and the company reporting is answering to this need, right? And so this will continue, I would expect. But what we are trying is to contribute to a general system, solid, robust, and we have to make it clear consistently with the other parts, not forgetting that there is a need for
Okay, thank you. Mark, can we possibly, in the interest of time, collect 2 or 3 questions and then you respond? Or do you prefer to keep on? Okay, okay. So, getting this side, Paul, please.
Thank you. I think if I can just maybe get a bit of clarification, just hearing the voices around the table in what we really mean by the distinction between assurance and certification. From what I'm hearing, it is assurance effectively has a 2-tier validation. One, that there is a general purpose credibility in the measuring tool, and then tool being determined, then saying you actually meet that tool, versus certification, which gives no view on the underlying general purpose credibility, the measuring tool, but nonetheless confirms that you meet it. So in terms of our mandate and purpose around ethics and independence, as Iesba, we'd add value in kind of giving guidance or standards around the assurance side, which validates the tool and then confirms the meeting of the measure of that tool, but not certification, which anyone can choose what they are, what the measuring tool is, and there's no underlying validation that it is something worthy of being measured. Just sorry to confuse matters even more.
Thank you, Paul. Felicia.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is a question and also a comment at the same time. Mark, if you can go back to the definition. Personally, I like the definition based on the fact that if you look at the code in the glossary on page 269, it exactly mirrors that definition. The only difference that has been put in is that now you're referring to a sustainability assurance practitioner. And here, of course, they're defining an assurance engagement. And therefore, I think the way you had pointed it out in this definition probably would take us in the right direction, in my view. Meaning that it's more broad, it's not very, I don't know, narrow in a sense. So, and the broader the better, because it allows you to even comply and also not change the code the way it is drafted. The other question that I have is that if you deviate from this definition, which is also provided in the code, won't it be calling for other issues that you don't want to go into? Case in point, of course, Mark, you're mentioning about limited or reasonable assurance. Do you want to go into those granularities, or we just leave it as broad as it is in the code so that we don't go into uncharted territory that we don't want to also be found in? And case in point, if you looked at, the definition that, and the presentation that was done by Vili yesterday, I think they also ought to look at the code, because the code, I believe, also goes hand in hand with ISSB definition. So in my view, I support the definition the way it is, because it also aligns with what is in the code currently. So, and if you are to deviate and say certification or any other thing, I think it would be taking us into maybe an uncharted territory that we don't want to entertain. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Mark, do you want to come in?
I will try and be very brief on this one. I think, sort of the questions that come from the last three board members are very much around, what are we talking about, the difference between an assurance engagement and a certification engagement. And of course, that's all a matter of judgment. But I'll tell you, from my perspective, a certification engagement is very like an AUP engagement. Effectively, at the end of the day, the provider of that engagement is not actually drawing a conclusion. It's providing you with evidence that you then use to draw your own conclusion on, and that might be that you've complied with a series of requirements. I think, and so that is, I think, the difference, specifically in respect to what Paul asked about. In respect of what sort of Felician said, the attraction for me in terms of what Vili said yesterday is that all of his sort of issues were hooked on existing defined terms that are well understood. So we're not trying to stretch or bend or twist things to fit other things in. It's using existing defined terms that I think are helpful. And then if I can just sort of revert back to Christelle's point, I think, although we are ultimately writing global standards for global use, the CSRD has put a bit of a burning platform under us, not because we make any comment about the European Union having chosen to do something different, but they are moving quickly and they are a very significant jurisdiction. And therefore, in taking account of the development of the code and new material to reflect sustainability, and given the fact that the CSRD refers to the attributes of the code in terms of ethics, in terms of independence, and Jens has spoken about this in earlier meetings, if we don't ensure it meets that need, then we miss an enormous trick that will affect take-up and adoption, which of course is one of the critical things within our public interest framework.
Thank you, Mark. I'll ask the board members to be as to the point as possible. This is a very important discussion. I know that Yao Shu is waiting, and we have a number of people still waiting, but we also have a number of other definitions and concepts, but not wanting to stop you. On the contrary, thank you for this enthusiasm, but try to be to the point. Luigi.
I was thinking that using the same definition as written now into the code probably is not necessarily the correct approach. Basically, we are we decided to apply more stringent rules and higher bar to certain assurance engagements. And basically, we are treating them as we are applying now for audit engagements. So with an uplift, which is pretty significant. And consistently with this decision, we need to be ready to change definition and approach, basically. So continuing, I don't think that we should continue defining this type of assurance engagement in the same way. We should change even the definition and the approach. And as today, we are basically considering assurance and certification, or certain certification, like the same, and we are applying the same ethical rules, basically. Following our decision to apply the same rule we are applying for an audit, I think that we should define this eligible assurance engagement in another way. And I like, even probably we need some more detail. I like the definition in the presentation in order to try to differentiate them. And they should be differentiated because certification means everything, basically. There could be a wide range of outcomes, even something that it is not an assurance per se, like certain agreed upon procedures or certain reports that are not assurance. And the other thing we need to consider is that the use of the code would serve to increase the reliability of the information, and therefore we should make a difference in terms of the level of reliability, and therefore this differentiation is pretty critical in order to ensure that readers and users of this information are able to understand the difference where there is a difference. So in my view, I don't know which would be the final definition we need to use. This is a work that the task force should do, but should be different. And we should keep very separated the two things, but because they are different.
Thank you, Luigi. I'm going to take the other comments as a whole, Mark, if you don't mind, okay? So, Jens, please.
I try to be very brief. We could start with the extent definition where we have assurance engagement defined. The problem is that now there is a common language on sustainability assurance which is not consistent with our use of terms. So we have now the choice either to be consistent with the extent definition in the code, and then I think this definition is very close to that, and underneath we have then to differentiate the different types where 4A in our terminology is relevant and other is relevant. Or we are starting to make a narrow scope what is sustainability assurance, which is different from the extent code. But I think that would be a little bit of confusion whether to add the only one word sustainability and then you have another scope. That's for me a little bit the challenge. So I would prefer to stay with this, and underneath to make clear which standards are relevant for, as we call it, audit and review engagements in this public interest or highly interest part, and there may be other issues in the so-called 4B, whatever type of assurance services this might be, but we have to clarify this. But I wouldn't change the entry definition, because that would lead to more confusion to have a different scope for the financial assurance engagement and the non-financial assurance engagement.
Thank you, Jens. Chana, please.
Thanks, Gabriela. Similar to Jens, I would support this definition. Stepping back, we are talking about heightened public interest in these reports. So for me, it has to be on a general purpose framework. it is either limited or reasonable assurance. And like the current definition in the code that was referred to, after you have the definition, you can put within brackets ISSA 5000. So refer to the sustainability assurance framework that we are looking at. In my mind, for me, certification is not clear. In the continuum of no assurance, limited assurance, reasonable assurance, it's not clear to me where certification is. And as Mark said, we have to, use bite-sized chunks. I would first deal with the limited and reasonable assurance, and then later think about what certification means, because it's not clear to me. I know what agreed upon procedures is, but it's not clear. Thank you.
It's an important point for clarification, for sure. Yao Shu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, the work stream.
Yao Shu, we are
And
not listening to you.
I think
I don't know if you're
that
muted.
I agree with the definition that the work stream made. And I think because we didn't differentiate that the standards can be used by the PAs or non-PAs. And so sometimes I think we needed to differentiate every assurance or certification. I think in different jurisdictions, and maybe some use assurance, some use certification, maybe both. And I think our point is to, if they, no matter the assurance or certification, if they used for the same purpose, they need to use the same standards. And no matter assurance or certification, because they used for the same purpose, and that the information is used by the public interest. So I think we can't differentiate exactly what assurance or what is certification. I think it's not our job. We just if they use it for the same purpose, they should use the same standards. And I have another question that for the decision making, I can see that for the heightened public interest, that some the information is specifically used for decision making. And sometimes I think for the readers, they just use the sustainability information for reference. And how we to tell what is for this decision making, or what is for just for reference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yao Shu. Sungnam, please.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting. Thank you for. In terms of the definition of assurance engagement, I agree with TF's suggestion or proposal, simply because there should be a consistency with our definition on assurance engagement. If there are inconsistencies, it's a big issue. We need to tackle it. Other than that, I have two specifications on slide 5, I'm sorry. Yes, in the box B, we have said information is specifically used for decision making. My specific question is about the word specifically. I'm wondering if there are any cases where information is not used for decision making. So why we need it specifically? It caused me a little difficulty in understanding. My second question is the next bullet. We say the new standard will specify scope in the introduction. My question is, I believe the introduction wouldn't be part of the code. If that's the case, my next question on my mind is, wouldn't there be any what each potential issues in terms of such as a enforcement of the code or breach of the code in the future. So why don't we make it part of the code? Thank you.
Thank you, Sunam. Sanjeev, please.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, I think I go back to the earlier slide. I think we should probably, my suggestion would be to be with the same definition, because I think if it is the non-PAs, if it is going to be, say, professional agnostic, some of these things, the lesser confusion it creates, I think the better it will be for all of us. Every time, I think a stakeholder would not go back to the court to see what is the certification or what is the assurance being provided. Difference between certificate and assurance may be difficult to understand and appreciate. I think people around the table would understand what is, agreed upon procedures, or what is certification and what is assurance. But if you're looking at public interest, people would understand assurance in a much wider sense. So that's point number one. And I think, again, as to what to do in the limited time frame, we have a limited time frame, and as Mark was saying earlier too, there are certain things which probably one may not go into right now because we need to achieve something by the end of this year. We're not going to compromise on things, but what all to look at, what all to consider, what all to debate and spend time on, I think somewhere we need to consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Galen, please.
I'll be brief. I'll try to be brief. I'm not sure, listening to all these comments, I'm not sure that we've addressed Lori's concerns about, on slide 5, what A and B, what general purpose represents, or what widely distributed, what that means. On A, it seems to me like we're trying to shoehorn with the audit standards. That's actually what we're trying to do, and I'm not sure that that makes sense in a sustainability context. If these definitions are coming from the ISA definitions, which talk about fair presentation. I guess my question to the board is, fair presentation and sustainability, is that equivalent to what it means in financial reporting? I'm not sure that it does, and I don't have the answer. On the widely distributed, the reference again would be to the annual report, which is defined in the ISAs. And the annual report can mean one thing if the entity is regulated and it's specified what goes into it. Outside regulated entities, it could be virtually anything. So therefore, I go back to Lori's question. Do we really know what widely available? And then, of course, Sunam raised that question about specifically used in decision making. This is a great conversation, and I don't know that we've come to any kind of conclusion, though.
Yeah, and this is a great conversation, and this is a great question that you made, even if you said that you don't have the answer, because the question about whether some concepts, approaches, definitions make sense in both areas, financial information and sustainable information, I think this is a question that we should have as an underlying for all the discussions and decisions that we make, because sometimes trying to be consistent with what we have and what already exists may translate into an inconsistency, since we are speaking about two different things. I'm not saying that this is the case, but just raising the importance of the question that you made, and that should guide us somehow as we navigate these complexities. Ken, finally, before I give back the floor back to Mark.
Thank you, Gabriela. Yeah, this is a very critical discussion, I do believe, because the specification of the scope will determine which engagements are in or out, so to speak, in terms of how we're envisioning the use of the independent standards that are equivalent to those that are in Part 4A. I think there are two essential questions that the board needs to consider and be able to respond to. One is, do we need to differentiate between assurance and certification? And if you could flip to the previous slide, Sylvia. The question is whether the definition that is on this slide about sustainability assurance engagement is all that we need. And any engagement that meets the elements of this definition would essentially be scoped in as an assurance engagement to which independent standards would apply. With regard to the general purpose framework, I do believe the board should define the concept of a general purpose framework. The IWSB doesn't have this issue because in its project to develop ISSA 5000, it is going with the general concept of criteria. And criteria essentially are speaking to the framework, the reporting framework that is being used. But if we are going to hook the scope to the concept of a general purpose reporting framework, much as we have done, or at least IWSB has done, in relation to the standards of audit for financial reporting, we have to look carefully at the definition of a general purpose framework in the IWSB standards. And that goes, this point goes to Galen's remark earlier, which is, are general purpose frameworks only about fair presentation of the information? And the answer is no. Because under the IWSB's definition of a general purpose reporting framework, you can have two types of frameworks, essentially. The first one is a fair presentation framework, and the second one is a compliance framework. I think we all understand what a fair presentation framework is, because essentially that's what IFRS and generally accepted accounting principles will speak to. But in terms of a compliance framework, as I read the definition in the IWSB glossary, it says that it's a framework that requires compliance with the requirements that are specified within that framework. So in other words, it's a reporting framework that specifies a number of requirements, and as long as the entity has complied with the requirements of that framework, essentially you're in compliance with that framework. So that is the concept of a compliance framework. It's not, the entity is not making an assertion that the information is fairly presented. All the entity is doing is asserting essentially compliance with all the requirements in the framework. So that's why it's important that we come up with a clear definition of what a general purpose reporting framework is, because that's going to determine which engagement is in Part 4A or outside of Part 4A, so to speak. So essentially those are the two questions. How do we define a sustainability assurance engagement? And if the board is generally comfortable with the broad definition we have here, maybe that's all we need to go with. And related to this, I would caution about making a specific reference to ISSA 5000 or linking it very specifically to ISSA 5000, because we have said that the starting point for this board to develop the independence standard is to really be framework neutral. So our standards need to be able to operate with the assurance standards that will be developed by IWSB, as well as other assurance standard setters, potentially ISO or others. And as long as we are comfortable that this definition meets essentially the concept of an assurance engagements that would be covered, then it really doesn't matter which assurance framework we're talking about. So I think there are a number of questions there that really need to be further developed and analyzed. And yes, there are additional questions on the next slide in terms of what do we mean by widely distributed or widely available, and also under what circumstances would we consider the user to be making a decision, as opposed to simply referring to the information, which I think Yaoshu was referring to.
Thank you, Ken. Mark, the challenge is yours.
This is actually quite nice, because it's, I think, sort of one of these discussions we've had on sustainability where I've talked less than everyone else, which makes a nice change. So, Luigi, I think I agree with your sort of jumping off point that we agreed this idea of more stringent rules applying to heightened public interest engagements. And I think sort of what you said and what Jens said, a combination of that, where that is our definition, sorry, on the previous slide, but actually we go on then to define what eligible assurance engagements are in a better way. And I think we should, as you said, be driven by this principle that the code's use should increase the reliability of that information. So, you know, that should be a driver to us. And of course, that then sort of builds on what Jens said about that differentiation also being the 4A and the 4B sort of high watermarks. I agree with what you said, Channa. In particular, I share your concern that what we're doing is we're trying to identify a high bar, and I don't believe certification is that high bar. I believe there's a gulf between certification and assurance frameworks, and I don't necessarily know whether that difference is well understood by the consumers of information, and therefore we have to be really careful in what we do. I note Yaoshu's agreement with the definition, but the need to maintain flexibility for jurisdictions. And obviously, I think in doing that, and again, it picks up on Channa's point, we need to make sure we mitigate the risk that we're not in a situation where people are claiming more assurance is being provided than really is. And of course, that calls back to sort of fundamental questions in the code about not being associated with misleading information, which would be a sort of real concern if there was a suggestion that a higher level of assurance was being provided than is in fact the case. And of course, the other point that Yaoshu made about the need to define more, the information for decision making and other things, we would of course need to develop defined terms along with some of the things that we've already talked about. Sungnam, the question you raised about firstly a need to define what information for decision making is. So we'd have to do that. And the question you raised about, you know, the scope, how it would work, I think what we think is it would work in the way that parts 4A and part 4B do now, where there is a scoping piece in each of those sections. Sanjeev supported the definition, raised the issue of professionally agnostic. And I think, you know, in recognising prioritisation in limited time, not putting words in your mouth, but the way I sort of liked to read it is that if we are creating something that gives higher standards, we can have a professionally agnostic framework, but some people are going to have to acknowledge the fact that they've got to step up and work to a higher level if they want to play in that professionally agnostic space that we've developed. It's not a case that we're lowering our standards, it's we're providing a high bar which anyone who wants to work to that high bar can do so. So I think that is really important. I take the steer on the need to prioritise. I think, Galen, your challenge over what do we mean by a general purpose reporting framework, need to define that. Your question about fair presentation in the context of an audit of financial statements, it is about an audit of financial statements in that context, but of course in sustainability, if you look at CSRD and you look at the direction of travel, you know, which perhaps is suggested by the consultation the SEC put out on its proposed rule changes, that would straddle both. And it returns to the excellent point that Rania made yesterday, which is we're not just talking about narrative information, we're talking about the intersection of narrative and financial reporting. And we need to recognise that narrative reporting has a knock-on impact on financial reporting. And we need to stop thinking about this as two separate lines. It's a package of decision-useful information that is informed by both. Ken, obviously recognising that this is a critical discussion, and I agree with you that this will determine what's in or out, but my caveat would be that is now, but not forever. And, you know, the board may well want to continue to develop its programme of work in the same way the IAASB has suggested it will. And I think, you know, we need to, as you say, differentiate between what is meant by assurance and certification, and also defining a general purpose framework. And again, you know, the IAASB, as you say, doesn't have this issue. We do, but in a sense, we begin to have less of the issue because of the direction of travel with CSRD and where the ISSB has gone with the development of its own reporting framework. And I do think the more we look at frameworks, the more that we find. You raised the point about a compliance framework. Obviously, there's a lot more to know about those frameworks. And it comes back to that thing about prioritization. What can we do in the time we've got available? It may be that the task force on further discussion wants to advise the board that we scope out those, not forever, but just in terms of getting an exposure draft that can be developed and, you know, refined by the board in order to meet that sort of December timetable. And I'd be very concerned about something that was seen to be a step down. We've always maintained a high bar. We don't want to be suggesting a step down now. And I return to my point that we've got to be really careful that we avoid the risk that what's provided may be poor or misleading. We can't afford that. So, you know, I absolutely agree with you. Our starting point is framework neutral, but it's a high standard of framework neutral. And I think assurance providers currently recognise that. The challenge is, will certification providers want to rise to that level and participate in that field, or stay where they are at the moment? So those are enormously helpful comments. Thank you for all the work you've given us.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think that your final wrap-up was perfect. And goes exactly into what we need to do and what we aim to do. Keeping the high bar, making sure that we don't go into a lower level of requirement, while at the same time, and this is an encouragement from my side, being able to think out of the box and not at all costs try to replicate what exists. What currently exists in the code, what currently exists at the IAASP definitions, and make sure that this framework neutral approach that we are committed to make concrete gives us the necessary, or that we keep the necessary room for ourselves and the necessary freedom and mindset so that we can conceive the necessary solutions to make what we are going to have work with any possible frameworks, as we don't know what's going to happen in terms of what is going to be adopted, what is going to be there, and the final, what success will look like is that what we do is of a high level of requirement, but can work with anything, any framework that is going to be in place. So I think that the task force has an easy task in accommodating all these, not suggestions, but comments and questions, which I'm sure that you will consider in the future reflection. So we have to move. We have less than half an hour for the rest of the presentation. Let's see if the other discussions will be so. Sorry? It's not half an hour? Sorry? Oh, sorry, until the break. I'm sorry. Always bad with the agenda. So, but anyway, I hope that the other questions will raise the same level of contribution and attention. Mark, back to you.
Thank you, Gabriella. And actually, just as you were saying that, it reminded me of a sort of earlier thing, and that is for those of us around the table who've been around for rather longer, can you remember when ISQC1 came in and the amount of education that we had to do about here's something new, here's a high standard, this is how you get to that high standard, and I'm wondering in my loft somewhere where the notes are that did that, because I think they'll be very useful with this. But anyway, if I can move on, the next thing, of course, is looking at the sustainability assurance team and a definition there, and what we're proposing is that the code would include independence provisions applying to the sustainability assurance practitioners, their firms, and the sustainability assurance team. And what we're proposing is that the sustainability assurance team would align with the revised engagement team and audit team definition that has been recently updated. And we do that recognising the volume of change that's already gone through the code. So if we can short circuit, then that's good. Of course, individuals are members regardless of their location or employment status. And you'll see there on the right, the sustainability assurance team is set out. So the engagement team, excluding external experts, and of course this is where we have to tie up with where Laurie is taking the other task force. Others within or engaged by the sustainability practitioner or firm who can directly influence the outcome of the sustainability assurance engagement. And the reason for this, the reason that this definition is here, is that we're very mindful of, again, CSRD equivalence. So if we don't do this, we won't provide something that's equivalent, and therefore we would be limiting our options in terms of wider adoption. So that's the basis there. And of course, you've got other individuals within the network who can influence the outcome of that engagement. And we believe that this is something that is flexible in the context of the diverse range of different providers of sustainability assurance engagements. I'm not going to talk to these yellow bannered slides, sorry, these orange bannered slides. These are put in for information for board members because it shows you some of the background. So these are just really for your reading and delectation and part of the overall package. But I say, we just want to sort of set out that engagement team. And on the next slide, it also sets out the detail of the proposed sustainability assurance team. And we've put these in because we wanted you to see an example of the drafting that the task force has been considering early on. Given the interest yesterday and given Christelle's question earlier, there's an issue, of course, over the sustainability assurance team in the context of a group reporting engagement. And obviously we continue to coordinate between the IAASB and Iesba, and as Vili said yesterday, they're not intending to specifically address group reporting issues in the context of these engagements. But in a sense, we're using the recent changes to the code dealing with the group context, which we believe will also apply in these circumstances. And we believe that this gives us a foundation for dealing with the sustainability assurance team and how independence considerations would be dealt with in the context of a group engagement. If I move on, a definition also of sustainability assurance client. So again, looking at the experience out there with regulatory developments, it follows the concept of the audit client. And you've got the definition there, an entity in respect of which the sustainability assurance practitioner conducts an engagement. The client would include all related entities if it's a public traded entity. And the Extant Codes Part 4A, of course, sets out that differential regime for PIs and non-PIs. And as I said, that's something that the task force will be discussing this afternoon. So I suppose that the question that we'll come back to with you is, should the independent standards for sustainability follow that same approach? We're going to discuss it this afternoon, but any early steers from board members would be welcome. I have to say, sort of going into that discussion, we think we should follow what the code currently has, because it provides a flexible basis whereby jurisdictions can expand the PI definition if they feel they need to. And it also uses something that has recently been updated in the code and avoids the need to further disrupt with a series of further changes. Again, just for your information, a proposed definition, just so you can see sort of what we've been doing and where we've been going. And then what I'll do is pause and just ask for feedback from members about the proposals to determine the assurance team, the assurance client, and also should we go ahead as we propose with developing provisions for a group context, or should we wait until the IAASB addresses this recognising that that will not be in the context of ISSA 5000, it will be at a later date through a later standard. So if I pause there, Gabriella.
Thank you, Mark. Very substantial issues for discussion again. And I see that Christel is ready to contribute.
Yeah, it seems. So the number is not a question of quality. I raised the element yesterday with Mark. We have here a notion of a network firm, of a network. And we have to address the fact that other organizations are not partnerships, not easy to say if they are, how is their network considered, and in particular when they are, for example, owned by investment funds or this type of organization, which you can ask if they can have some kind of control over the assurance team. So it should be addressed, I think, thinking about these potential other situations, because otherwise we might have interpretation problems.
Thank you. And Christel and I did briefly sort of touch on this yesterday, and I suppose the challenge for us is that when we look at non-PA providers, some of them will have an obvious corporate structure, and that will lend itself very easily to this model. Some won't, and in a sense it's almost like trying to apply independence provisions when you're dealing with a venture capital owned entity, where you might have ownership in common, you might have interesting sort of lines up and lines down of where something fits within an overall network. And in a sense, we've had to work through that. And I know that sort of in our own context, we've had to deal with a lot of that through application material to explain how those independence requirements apply and how you scope that group. So it's an extremely important point to raise, and something that we'll have to try and develop a proposal for the board to look at in terms of the text when we meet again in June. But it is, you know, one of those that's up there on the urgent list.
Yeah, just to as a follow-on to Mark's comments, I think that maybe there might be two issues there, if I may just suggest. One is how do we envision the concept of a network as described in the code applying in the context of sustainability assurance? Because there might be, let's say, the non-traditional assurance providers outside of the accounting profession that are actually quite involved in providing those types of assurance engagement. So that is one question. How do we see the concept of a network applying to those other service providers, let's say? And the second one is the definition of a firm that is providing the assurance engagement. Under the code, the firm is not only the entity that which employs the assurance team members, let's say, or is engaging the assurance team, but it also includes the entity that might own the entity that is providing the assurance services. So I think we need to look at this carefully, and Christel, as you say, there might be assurance providers out there in the market that are actually owned by, you know, private equity, venture capital, etc. And those might potentially fall within the definition of a firm.
Right. Thank you, Ken. Rich, please.
Yeah, Ken, you make some very good points, but, and I'd make an observation on the one. The definition of related entity that's out there is in my mind, in the public interest, designed to identify relationships that might exist with those related entities that would raise questions about your objectivity and impartiality. And so I don't know that I see that different, whether you're a professional, a PA, or whether you're another service provider, if we're going to apply a consistent thought process of what's in the public interest in terms of influence. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Sadia, please.
I was just checking if I could change the subject a bit. So I agree with the definition of sustainable assurance team. It makes sense because you've explained to us how we are aligning with Part 4A. I think we must just remind people that there's an embedded definition there of engagement team. In groups, I would support postponing this year to a later date because just like the IAASB has spent a lot of time on group engagements, we've also spent a lot of time on the definition of group engagements. But coordination and sustainability is a bit different. And I was wondering if there was any information about whether there is a reporting standard for group engagements. And if there isn't, then is there a case study to actually look at it in the short term? On the definition of sustainable assurance clients, I understand why the group wants to go with looking at it at PI versus non-PI or publicly traded entities. But I'm not sure that the risk that lies for the definition of PI would be the same for sustainability engagements. And that's maybe something that you want to consider as a question in the roundtables or information from a reference group. Because if I think about it, my jurisdiction, just because you're a PI doesn't mean you have a heightened public interest on your sustainability. It should have a different realm. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadia. Mark.
Thank you. So I mentioned Christelle's point. I think to sort of cover Ken and Rich in one, I sort of agree with you, Rich, in terms of that definition and linking to the public interest thing about allowing you to identify potential conflicts and the need to be consistent. I do think that Ken identifies the complexity in some of these providers, and it's very much like Christelle's point about you can end up with a provider that has a significant venture capital owner who has interests in potentially a lot of other entities that are going to be assured by that provider. And it's a case of navigating a way through, and as Rich said, making sure that what you've not got is something that's going to undermine your independence and objectivity to be able to do that. And I think one of the things that, again, that the task force will need to discuss, and you know, it's again drawing on the experience of the tax planning work, that there will be some that obviously fit, there will be some that obviously don't fit, and there will be a grey pool in the middle that we need to develop an approach to help provide that clarity. So I think that that's going to be a thing, and you know, we will have to make sure that in determining how these requirements apply, we're looking up the line and down the line, particularly where you've got these VC sort of type ownership arrangements. Useful context from Sadia around the sort of group requirement and the alignment there. Like, the interesting thing for us that we need to find a little bit more about is what's going to happen in jurisdictions about their mandating sustainability reporting. So we've already seen in Europe, which again is furthest ahead, the CSRD will apply to around 50,000 entities. And one of the things to look at is, will the reporting requirement be at the consolidated group level, or will it be at entity level where an entity triggers a certain criteria? And that's one of the things that we'll have to sort of look at. But I don't really have a concern about our ability to write something that would be able to cover both of those scenarios and have a flexible approach to recognise whatever jurisdictions chose to do. So I think that is, you know, that is how we go. And you know, in terms of Ken's question, network applying to sustainability engagements, the challenge for us is just that degree of diversity, because we've seen some quite specialist boutique providers. We've seen some global operators with hundreds of thousands of employees and presences in dozens of countries. And in a sense, it's sort of the challenge we face in audit at the moment, where we have a scale that goes from the largest 4 global firms to the provision of services by very much smaller firms. But we'll just have to be careful to loop those in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I think that, and this is just a suggestion, you will probably have to look into a criteria more than a close definition, criteria that works to capture what is relevant when we speak about the network and how much the network is relevant for some purposes. I think that what is relevant there is not the legal structure or the formal or institutional complex structure, but the interests within that structure and the economic interests that different entities may have. So something around this, but I think that if you get a criteria, then it will capture whatever format is, and it can possibly overcome this difficulty of what is a network for with respect to financial information, or what is a network with respect to sustainability providers. I don't know. It's just food for thought. So I think that we don't have any other. Sorry, Sunam.
Yes, thank you. I need a clarification. On page slide 11, there is question is raised about pi and non-pi, so applying a different independence regime. We already have made a decision that sustainability assurance engagement should be underpinned by the same high quality standard that apply to financial statement audit. So I'm keen to know why we need to discuss this issue, why it's what accept or considering an exception. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. The honest answer to that would be because we haven't discussed it yet, and it may well be that the conclusion is that we agree that it is that the task force will propose to the board that all sustainability engagements fall within the higher PI or the arrangements that would apply to a PI, but to sort of suggest that would be to presuppose a discussion that we've yet to have. So maybe one of the things that we might do is that's slated for our discussion later today, and I'll provide an update to the board when we give an update later this week of where we've subsequently got to. And on your criteria point, Gabriella, I'm really pleased that the next time the task force meets will be in Lisbon, so you can join our drafting group and help.
Thank you for the kind invitation.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriel. I think on the issue of PI versus non-PI, I think the question as to whether to adopt the model that is in the extent code in terms of differentiated requirements between PI and non-PI, maybe that's a more straightforward question the board can address. I think where the devil is going to be is how we define the concept of a public interest entity in a sustainability context, because the current concept of a PI is really hinged or hooked to the concept of the financial statements and the financial condition of the entity. And when we're talking about sustainability reporting, we may not necessarily be thinking about the financial condition of the entity, but there are broader considerations, as we know, when we think about sustainability. So I think as I said, the devil is going to be more in the concept, in terms of how we understand and define the concept of a PI versus do we stay with the approach of differentiated requirements between PIs and non-PIs.
I think that's a really helpful steer for us, Ken, and one of the things that we're trying to get a broader understanding of is that again, how will jurisdictions determine who does sustainability reporting and who does not? So, as we've already said, within the context of the EU, there are size criteria, but those are different to the PI criteria. It may be that we see in other jurisdictions the reporting requirement will align more closely to the PI definition. So we'll have to be very careful that, taking account of what you've said, we've got something that reflects, or sorry, that provides sufficient flexibility that jurisdictions might choose to do this in different ways, either aligning to the criteria for a PI or size-based criteria that capture a different number of entities, but that's a helpful reminder.
Jens, please.
Just to add the information how the European Union has decided on doing that. So they have, for the reporting, they have these size criteria, but for the independence issue and the ethical issue, they're taking the PI, non-PI, by using the regulation as the basis for the non-PIs, for the PIs, and the directive for the non-PIs. So it is both. So they're starting with a number and then going into PI, non-PI diversification.
Thank you, Ken. Any other comments? No. So, Mark, back to you, please.
Well, I was going to propose, Gabriella, that we'll move on next to cover independence considerations. So should we take a break now?
I think so. We should take a break now and reconvene at 11:25. So, okay, thank you. So we will break now. not sure that it's going to work because there are other people who need to speak.
Just for now. What about those who are online? Will they be able to hear? Yeah. Just because we have there is issues with power, it keeps spiking. Oh, I see. Now I have a problem with because it's always we cannot.
Do you have an idea of how long will it take until it's solved?
Take long as long as the power is stable. It shouldn't take long.
Well, we can start.
Yeah. So he's suggesting we use the mics. Maybe we can do that.
Sure.
Right. So use the mic.
Someone passing.
Yeah. But it's okay. It's okay. I think
If you can give one
you or Dan, I can.
to Mark Babington. Mark.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe we need to explain.
Back to all that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's working. Doesn't seem to be working this well.
Okay. So.
It's working. So, sorry for this delay. We are experiencing a slight problem with the sound and connections that should be solved shortly. I hope that those online are being able to listen to us. We will restart using hand mics, me and Mark, and then as people want to speak, if the problem is not solved yet, then the mics will go around the table. Sorry for this, but we've done it before. It's not an unknown situation, and it's better than being kept stuck waiting for the problem to be solved, because we really have a lot of things to do. And so I would immediately pass not the mic, but the floor to Mark to present on the next part on the independence considerations. And then we'll see as we go if we need to use the mics for the board members to speak, or if you have already the problem solved. Mark.
Thank you, Gabriella. I thought for a moment we were going to be singing a duet or something, because we had our...
Right. One day we will, I'm sure. And dance as well.
Indeed, indeed. But enough for the after discussion sort of meeting. Now, right, so I want to move on now to just cover independence considerations, to share with you where the task force has gone. So in a sense, firstly, really to share with you our jumping off point is that the providers of sustainability assurance, as we've said before, a very diverse group. They range from large global operators to comparatively small boutique providers that operate in one jurisdiction. As a rule of thumb, the large multidisciplinary operators tend to provide a wide range of other consultancy services. So, you know, we looked firstly at how we should basically deal in our standard a requirement for sustainability assurance practitioners or firms and their network firms to be independent of the sustainability assurance client. So what we've done is we've actually thought about the threats that might arise in respect of these types of engagements, particularly where it's performed by a non-PA, so these more diverse operators. And what we've thought about is where are the threats to the fundamental principles to independence in Part 4A, and do those align with and cross over to sustainability assurance engagements? And then, of course, are there any further scenarios that we also need to think about in revising the code to recognise this more diverse sort of group of providers? So in terms of the terminology that we've used, obviously at the moment the terminology in Part 4A is specific for accounting firms and for the audit of financial statements and review engagements. So the question is, I suppose, looking at the slide now with hindsight, it's not whether the terminology and principles are fit for purpose, but it's more, are they relevant for profession agnostic ethics and independence standards for sustainability assurance providers, both PAs and non-PAs. And what we're going to do is use that as part of our engagement with people at the round tables to seek views. So obviously really important that we've got people who come from both camps. And one of the things that we want to ask is whether or not we should be using more neutral terms. So at the moment, you've got engagement partner that sits within the code. Should we use engagement leader? Is the term firm an applicable one to use in the context of non-PA providers? And also that definition of network and how do we do it? So if I can move on and just sort of consider also some of the independence considerations that the task force has been looking at. So firstly, sort of looking at interests and relationships. So we recognise that the relationships that are in Part 4A in the context of an audit client also parallel across and create a similar threat to independence for sustainability assurance engagements and sustainability assurance clients. We would need to think about transitional arrangements for day one adoption, because it's likely that if you brought in a requirement in a revised code, you could actually end up with non-PA assurance providers in a breach situation from day one. So you'd have to work out how to deal with that. And the example on the slide is obviously how fee cap or partner rotation provisions would apply. So there is some thinking to do about how we operationalise this. And if we don't get this right, obviously it will impact on any efforts to ensure voluntary adoption of the standard ahead of steps by regulators to perhaps make it mandatory in jurisdictions. So our recommendation as a task force is to look at ways to help first-time implementation, and that could be in the form of guidance for the non-PA community, and we've talked before about this idea of having some sort of application handbook to help non-PAs with first-time use of the code. This is what it actually means to you. And of course, we'll need to also flag that there will be issues for those who regulate and monitor and enforce this activity, so sustainability reporting and its assurance, to think also about any transitional issues that they would need to consider in respect of implementation. And you'll see some of the things that we're actually considering in that column on the right. So how do financial interests apply, loans and guarantees, business relationships, family and personal relationships, and that, of course, always creates an interesting set of scenarios when you're dealing with the EU audit regulation and directive, and also long association and partner rotation. In terms of considerations around the provision of non-assurance services, existing material in sections 400 and 600 could also apply in the context of sustainability assurance engagement. So obviously the prohibition on assuming any sort of management responsibility, making sure that any sort of self-review threat is addressed. And then there's a slightly broader challenge in respect of section 600, which would need to be reviewed for sustainability assurance engagements and to determine whether there are any sustainability specific matters to be addressed. And those are all there in the context of those boxes on the right-hand side. Do they actually create any sustainability specific issues which we'd need to address? The example I keep coming back to is, of course, we've got the prohibitions in the code around bookkeeping. What happens in respect of the bookkeeping equivalents of sustainability data? So that is something that we would need to do. So obviously we're seeking input on whether, at the moment, on whether that diverse group of providers who are doing sustainability engagements at the moment, what other services are they actually providing? And it's, again, a bit of a sliding scale that goes from all to nothing and, you know, various degrees in between. One of the things, of course, that's clear already in section 600, a requirement to apply the conceptual framework in case of new and emerging services, and we're looking at how we can leverage that to deal with this sort of expanded challenge in respect of sustainability information. Next slide, independence considerations where an auditor is carrying out a sustainability assurance engagement. In some jurisdictions, we've already seen that a regulator may require or their client may want the statutory auditor to provide assurance on sustainability information. Certainly that's come up in discussions with very large listed companies where they've got limited time between the end of the financial year and the provision of financial results to markets. They don't want to see anything that delays that provision. So we're also going to consider whether there are further potential threats where the auditor performs sustainability assurance, and of course a difference there where it's something that's carried out because it's a requirement in law or regulation, and something that happens because the entity chooses to have their auditor do that. So we'll include questions for the roundtable participants, and we'll also need to think about whether or not there's need for any revisions to the current requirements in the code. So that's all I wanted to cover in respect of independence considerations, and obviously we'll continue to work away at those. So this is the question now to the board, and I should stress this is my last question to you. So whether or not board members agree with the approach that we're taking to independence considerations for sustainability assurance engagements, whether or not there are any other things we might want to consider, and are there any other factors that we need to take account of? So that's where we get to, Gabriella. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I don't know if we are already in a position to use the other mics. It seems not yet. So, thank you, Mark. This is indeed going into the substance of this project, and the part of the project where there will be possibly very substantial discussions. I also would like to stress, Mark and Task Force and all, that this is also important to give evidence of the relevance of the work that we are doing. Because sometimes, namely as we go into different areas and work with different stakeholders, the perception of what we are going to do, of what means ethics in this space, it's not completely clear for many of the stakeholders. And so the sooner we start giving evidence that these kind of questions that Mark has just presented will be relevant from day one of the application of the IAASB standards or whatever standards may be, it's relevant for us to make sure that people don't take the ethics side of the story as something as very abstract or morals or whatever may be. So very welcome this work and the identification of the areas where we may have to, or we will have to reflect upon which changes and adjustments to make, if any. But I would now invite the board members to react to Mark's question. Are these the topics or the considerations that we have to take on board? Is this the right approach? Are there any other topics that the board members suggest that we address? Yes, Ken, please.
Yeah, thank you, Gabrielle. I'll start first, and I would encourage all board members, in fact, to come in with any insights, questions, perspectives that will help inform the task force's thinking as it really starts to dig into those considerations and questions. But my question really was in relation to the matter of first-time implementation. That's on slide 16. I don't know if somebody could move to slide 16. I think it's more an observation really on the second bullet. First-time implementation of new standards by non-PA assurance providers. And I would, I guess my observation is really, would that question only be focused on the non-PAs as opposed to also the PAs? Because when we think about sustainability assurance, we shouldn't assume that's always been, insofar as the PAs are concerned, it's always been the audit team that will or would have carried out the sustainability assurance engagements. In many cases, if not most cases, it would be two separate teams. And in relation to the team that is performing the sustainability assurance engagement, it might be a team that's well separated from the audit team, and therefore many of the questions that will concern first-time implementation, for example, maybe not necessarily the fee cap, and maybe there's something that needs to be done there, but at least in relation to partner rotation, that I could see this question applying equally to the PA context. So again, it's just an observation that we have to think carefully about how we scope those considerations and questions.
I think the challenge for us, Ken, is to make sure that we identify these and pick them all up rather than miss any. So as you say, like rotation requirements could be a particular issue, particularly in a smaller, more boutique provider. And I think in those smaller boutique providers as well, you've got an issue about the proportion of fee income that can be earned from one client. What do we need to do in terms of a glide path that avoids creating a lot of potential breach situations that would then perhaps put people off adoption of the code? So that's sort of the, one of the things that we need to do with with colleagues on the board and in the task force and with the round tables, is really make sure that we capture all of these and don't miss any.
Yes, and thinking, for instance, about the provision of non-assurance services, it is mentioned somewhere that generally the bigger providers also provide consultancy services and this kind of services. And I think that this is not necessarily only the biggest providers, because if we think about very small providers who came into this space, took the opportunity of a completely unregulated space and are providing consultancy services, education services many times, and also trying to step in or already stepping in the assurance space. I think that we have all kinds of examples and situations that we have to address, of course, in a high-level way and not going into the individual details, but taking all those situations on board and see what's the best approach. Christelle? No, Vanya, sorry, I can't see well.
Thank you. Just to add some more, because this market for the audit firms will be at the very beginning. So those who are prepared to verify sustainability information will be just a few. So we have the risk of concentration of service when one specialist being the one that will look at everything. And so it's difficult somewhat.
Like, as you say, Vanya, like part of the challenge for us is understanding the breadth of different providers here. You've got big global providers sitting there with sort of 500, 600, 7,000, 100,000 global employees. And then you've got small providers. But sometimes those small providers are absolutely key to the provision of information or the assurance of information to an entity, because they've got almost like a historical relationship and understanding with them. And it's how we take account of that in developing the code.
Right, exactly. Rich.
Yeah, this is maybe one of those other areas that I don't know that I have any answers to, but I was struck, Mark, when you mentioned the fact that some of the regulatory frameworks consider things differently when they are required by law and regulation than when they're not. I think this is a space where the market demand may result in a lot more requests or expectations for information to be provided and then assurance provided on that. And I think about where I've seen the asset management world going, and even companies having to evaluate whether their investments and their benefit plans are appropriately sensitive to ESG issues, for example. And I don't know that those things are in laws and regulations yet, but I do think the marketplace is expecting disclosure and thus probably assurance. So thank you.
And if I try and give you a practical example on that, Rich, we expect in a UK context for government to require certain entities to report on sustainability. We already do TCFD, but it goes further. There is no mandatory requirement for assurance of that information. So if the audit committee chooses to commission assurance, it has to be accommodated within the 70% non-audit services fee cap if they ask their statutory auditor. If it's required by law or regulation, it gives you an automatic exemption to the cap. And therefore, you know, you're dealing with really a situation that can change by type of entity, because of course different regulatory requirements can dip in for entities that have different size criteria, or entities that are a PI, or financial services entities, or whatever else.
Thank you, Mark. Luigi.
I'm not carrying my phone, I'm not getting my step count.
Thank you, Mark. I was quite interested in your presentation with reference to the transition in order to avoid unintended consequences. My view, we should be very careful in not compromising or relaxing too much the requirements in this phase, because in the meanwhile, assurance service providers, whether or not PAs, will issue assurance reports that will be relied upon by users. And therefore, probably we need to think about something that it is applicable for both PA and non-PA, but more in a sense of a transitional period, an effective period, sufficient enough to clear everything should be cleared, but not to reduce any requirement at all, in my view. This could result in a longer implementation period, but we need to be very careful in weighting pros and cons on two scenarios. But the bad thing to do, in my view, is to relax too much the requirements.
And that's a really well-made point. And I think probably if I thought better about the language I'd used, what we don't want to do is effectively retrospectively implement a requirement that then people automatically fail. So we're not lowering the standards, but we're not actually saying, by the way, this applied to you 3 months ago, but you didn't know, so therefore you're in a breach.
Felicia.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just a comment on the definition that is being presented there. Instead of changing from engagement partner, why don't we maintain engagement partner? Then you say, or leader. Engagement partner or leader. Meaning that if you're coming from sustainability background, you're not a PA, then you can be called an engagement leader. If you're a PA, then you maintain the engagement partner, because I'm assuming even the current PAs could also be offering the same services of sustainability assurance. So instead of eliminating altogether the engagement partner term, we keep it there, but also say engagement partner or leader. The other maybe comment I wanted to make is on the transitional period. I'm assuming if this standard becomes effective, it won't just be effective immediately. It will probably be effective in the next couple of years. So meaning that people will have time to read the code, understand it, and therefore they can also adopt it at some point. So giving a transitional period would probably also be counterproductive in nature, because you're saying you exempted from implementing this until further notice. Yet when you give time, like normal ways, when the standards come effective, they take a bit of time, maybe 2-3 years. So I would think that putting a transitional period would not be good for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the work of the task force has very much got to be focused on, over the next few weeks, trying to identify whether or not we can fully mitigate this risk. And actually, is there anything we need to do, or have we fully understood the issue? And therefore, there is no longer a problem. I think on your point about the terminology, the other challenge will be that jurisdictions will go their own way. So in the CSRD, well, in the EU audit regulation and directive, we have the key audit partner. in CSRD, we have the sustainability audit part, or the key sustainability partner, don't we? So whatever we do, we'll have to recognise the fact that jurisdictions will adopt their own language and own terminology, and we've just got to make sure that we can make clear the alignment.
Thank you. I'm just enjoying you walking around and passing out the mic. It's the question was asked about 600, and I think 600 can be adapted, for general practitioners. It talks about assuming management responsibility, and I think management responsibility is described and probably ought to refer to preparing or developing sustainability information. I think it can be adapted. The specific list of items, probably, I don't know if those could be categorized in some way, that additional ones could be tucked in when the roundtables give us additional feedback as to what those might be from, say, an engineer or an admissions specialist or so forth. The one I would add to the list is the one I referred to earlier, is that I would be concerned if the professional accountant was, who provides assurance on, if anyone who provides, I'll do it another way, anyone who provides assurance on sustainability information, if they're involved in developing what the suitable criteria are for the company to measure itself, that would be a risky area for independence, and it's not in our list right now.
Thank you, and we'll make sure it is on the list.
Yeah. Yes, I think Sadia.
Thank you. Having Mark so near, I will be very kind. So the first thing is, I think that your approach is logical. So thank you for showing us what your conversations have been. I think the next step would be to develop a criteria as you go through each section of these independence requirements on why it's in for sustainability assurance, why it's out, or why it's been refined. And that kind of criteria will help us understand better. The terminology, at the moment I'm comfortable. Where it goes and how it gets seen and how it gets translated would be the next issue. The effective date versus transitional provisions are an interesting one. And I think it's because of the nuances in the code. There's cooling off periods and there's cooling in periods. And we have to be very careful because it's probably not going to be a one size fits all. You're going to have to identify which sections have different considerations. But it will be important to understand. For a professional accountant, I think it's actually a transitional between Part 4B to 4A. And that's something that we're going to have to play around with on how they move their thinking or their considerations, because if it's a repetitive engagement, then they'll have both considerations to go through. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think one of the challenges as well with the 4A, 4B, or 4B, 4A transition is recognising that in some of the frameworks at the moment, the scope is going to expand significantly, and therefore the work is going to expand significantly with seeing what sort of impact that then has on some of these independence considerations.
If you allow me, Mark, just to make a comment with respect to Sadia's intervention, I think that your point on developing criteria and go through the different sections and understanding why it is in or out the same or different for sustainability is something that it's a very important point, and that we should pick it up for the whole work. This is exactly the methodology that I think we can't avoid, which is for each decision or reflection that we undertake, make sure that we test the content and the substance of the solution against the concrete area where we are working for, the reasons, the risks, and the objectives. And so thank you for that point. I have some things to say about implementation, but I'll leave it for later. So, Galen.
Thank you, Mark. So my comments are not related at all to transition, because I think those have been raised and I think they're very appropriate. You know, as Sadia was talking about the cooling in and cooling out. But moving back to 16 and page 17, or slide 17, you know, business relationships are going to have to be looked at, I think, a little bit differently, because some of these providers might have investments or an interest in affiliates that are providing services to the entity, and then you get into self-review. So I think that'll be interesting. The family and personal relationships on 16. You know, in the financial side, we're looking at financial reporting oversight. You'll have, and I think Andy was getting at this, if you have sustainability oversight in any fashion, that's going to come into play too. And then on 17, we had that, what is it, 8 different boxes here. I think virtually everything applies, including bookkeeping. If you have somebody that's in sustainability that's trying to provide bookkeeping services on the financial side, there's a crossover issue, in other words. So crossover going both directions is going to raise some concern, I think. Almost everything else on here, legal, litigation, and so forth, if it impacts either financial or sustainability, I think the existing code is very relevant, and I wouldn't think any of that stuff would drop out.
And I think that's you know, very much the starting point, Galen, to reflect on the fact that the code is very comprehensive and provides a strong framework, and it's just a case of being able to test sustainability engagements against that framework to make sure that, you know, it's all covered. It's a question of whether or not there's anything we need to add to make sure that it's all caught.
Thank you. Mark, Ken?
Thank you, Gabrielle. I suppose I have a question as to what might be the board's approach with regard to setting the effective date. And what I have in mind is what is going to come into effect in the EU in particular. We understand that the ISSB standards will be issued by the end of this coming June. The ISSB will have its own assurance standards available by the end of December 24. Our board has basically set the target as well, December 24. But within the EU, the first mandatory assurance engagements, albeit on a limited assurance basis, will be for calendar years or fiscal years 2024. And if we are going to come up with the final standards by December 24, what do we do in terms of giving firms in particular sufficient time to understand the standards, implement, etc., do whatever they need to do? So I think it's going to be very tricky to have the standards being finalized in December 24, and then for firms to have to implement them right away for December or calendar year 24 engagements.
I agree with you, Ken, and sort of one of the things we've been obviously thinking about is what do we propose to the board to discuss about an effective date, but obviously early adoption is encouraged in some jurisdictions. It may be strongly recommended by the authorities in those jurisdictions.
And this is something that is the regulators are already questioning. What are we thinking? What is our approach to this issue, namely in Europe, because they want to know what will happen on the 1st of January 2025, and it's going to be really difficult to have the technical standards in place and applying without having the answer to questions like these ones that we have, for instance, in this slide. And that's why again, I think that it's very urgent and important to give some visibility to these questions at least, if not yet to the responses, because it will make very clear how important it is to have this framework in place very soon, and the relevance of the questions that we are going to respond to.
No, absolutely, and we will build in terms of our engagement as well.
Rania?
Thank you. I definitely agree that all the, non-assurance services here, I think they would impair independence, including the management of sustainability data and information and the collection of it actually. But I was wondering if perhaps you may want to include in their capacity building or training programs. I think that might, especially if you're not talking just about like one capacity building session, but like sort of an extended program whereby you are building the capacities of the client entity to develop that kind of information, and then you're providing, assurance on the information that they are developing as a result of your services.
And certainly that's the case. And one of the things that we've touched on before has been in the SEC draft proposals, there was a recognition that there were a series of steps, that you have to mature your reporting systems, your internal control environment, the type of assurance your information can support, and it moves forward. So there's an enormous amount of, as you say, either support to mature those processes or internal capacity building. And we would need to think about that because, in terms of fee dependence that you might have on that particular entity as a result, or the fact that you might be involved in, developing underlying reporting systems that you might then rely on when carrying out a sustainability engagement. So we'll have to factor all of those in as well. Like, these are the ones from the code as it stands, and the question is, do we have to add in more building blocks that are specifically addressing a sustainability issue?
Okay, thank you, Mark. I don't see anyone else wanting to speak, so I'd suggest that you go straight to the, there's no next slide.
We're done.
Yeah, we're done. Okay, so we are done ahead of schedule, but I'd just ask the board members if on top of everything that has been said on the many specific questions and issues, if there are any thoughts that you'd like to share more philosophically or more insightfully about the approach to be taken with respect to these questions related with independence. It's really, again, it's really a critical topic that will raise a lot of questions. The last question about whether the auditor can also provide sustainability assurance services, etc. I think it's going to be raised many times, and we will be requested to provide substance and the fundamentals or justification for the question, the answers that we may have, given all the discussion that was that happened 1 year ago, namely in Europe, where it was considered to simply prohibit the auditor from providing sustainability services. So the floor is still open, if you allow, Mark, for any other comment that the members in a more free way may want to convey at this stage. Andy, please. Sorry.
I've got my phone this time.
No, thank you, Chair. You had referred to the issue of the auditor providing assurance, and I think the interest aspect of it is, as long as the auditor is independent, because they don't assume a management responsibility, they're not involved with preparing the sustainable information, et cetera, then it's another form of assurance on someone else's representations. So I don't have an issue with that, but we need to button up some of these non-sustainability things about being intimately involved with the criteria or the preparation. And as long as there's the independence and appearance and actuality on that, then I don't see I think the public will be well served to have the auditor provide that assurance, the financial statement auditor.
So this is a first answer to this question, but I'm sure that the question will be raised and that we will have to be prepared to answer in an appropriate way. Yeah. You are probably right, but most probably. But given all the discussions that happen around that topic, this is one of those which will raise a lot of discussion. Also because it will be one of those topics where professional accountants and non-professional accountants will most probably have very different approaches, and that will create some tension. So the earlier we start thinking about the substance of the response, the best. I don't know, Robert, I don't know if anyone wants, that's why I'm here. If do you allow me to, Mark, to give the mic to
Please,
Robert?
yes.
Because I'm sure that Robert may want to speak now.
You can join the Iesba walkabout, Robert.
Thank you. I'll stay seated rather than doing a walkabout for you from the PIOB. Look, thank you very much for the discussion today. I'm very comfortable with the direction of the travel that the board has taken this morning, very clearly responsive to the public interest thinking and a wide range of comments which will be helpful to the task force. Just to reinforce, I guess, the point from that arose from the IAASB presentation yesterday about the potential for timing difference. I think, as I said yesterday, the intention is that both boards will land at the same ultimate point in terms of the timing of the approval of their standards, but there are clearly some risks of the different rates at which the two boards get towards that target. And so it's good to see those risks being addressed and considered overnight and managed. I just want to say a few things just about the public interest framework, because we're still really piloting and trialling the public interest framework. It's been around for coming up to 3 years now, but it's something which we're progressively implementing. It was very helpful in the tax planning project and shaping the direction of the provisions there, and I think we can all be very complimentary of where the tax planning task force landed in terms of the clarity of the outcome, and so the public interest framework was helpful there. Similarly, the IAASB has been using the framework in the fraud project, where there are really big scope issues in terms of what's the need, and what, without opening up the fraud standard completely, what are the competing interests that need to be balanced as between the needs of users and regulators on the one hand, and the concerns that the profession has on the other about additional work effort and competency and all of those things. And again, the public interest framework has been very helpful in doing that. So I just want to urge the use of that. So the framework talks of understanding for whom the standard is developed. In this case, it's users and professionals, of course, and it also talks of the need to identify what the interests are that are being served. And it speaks of promoting consistent practice and behaviours by practitioners across jurisdictions, and I guess we can add here across functions or different types of assurance activity. So consistency and certainty, and it's an emerging area. So we're trying to meet user expectations. We're being clear about the high bar. We're wanting to avoid causing confusion, and I think it's very important to be mindful of expectation gaps, especially around the loose use of the term assurance out there. In the world that I operate in, people talk about assurance very loosely without understanding that audit and certification are very different exercises, but people will still call them assurance. So there's a real expectation gap issue there. What the framework does then is it drives you into a principles-based approach to understand those distinctions. It also acknowledges the importance of judgment by the boards, balancing the competing interests. I was intrigued by the discussion about AUP this morning. I was involved in the development of as a national standard setter, involved in input into the development of the AUP revised standard a couple of years ago, and of course that does not get classified, although it's an IAASB standard, it's not involved assurance work, and it doesn't require independence. And so if we are thinking about a large firm, an accounting firm which would use the AUP standard for a range of activities, including possibly in the sustainability area, as well as providing audit services. We don't want to end up in a situation where there are different independence requirements involved there. And I'm sure the task force is aware of that. But the but is that with taking that as an example, it's very important for the board to challenge that thinking. That may be intuitive thinking. It's important to understand, as has been acknowledged today, that there's a need to fully understand what a certification approach involves, and that means understanding the work that's needed to reach a certification. So the depth of the discussion today, Chair, indicates that the board is on the way to doing that. And then the public interest framework then goes into the process. So it talks about assessing the public interest responsiveness of the new standard by considering the qualitative characteristics, identifying the various perspectives and needs of the groups involved with the legitimate interests, defining the desired goal that would allow the standard to best to serve users' needs, identifying criteria to assess the responsiveness to the defined goal, weighing the input from different groups, and then assessing the contribution of the standard to meeting ultimately the needs of users and landing very clearly at that point. Now, the PIOB is going to need to certify the eventual standard. And we're in the process at the moment of working out what that actually means. I think, so there's a little bit of irony there, isn't there? But the certification will take account of the public interest responsiveness of the standard, both in terms of the substance and in terms of the due process, according to these public interest framework criteria. And I think what I would just say, Chair, is that this board is undertaking this activity in public. It's accountable for the work. It needs to ensure transparency. And so what is important, I think, is that these judgments involved with the competing factors and applying the qualitative characteristics are visible in the determinations that the task force will eventually bring back to the board in June. And that visibility is very important from a transparency and accountability point of view. I'm sure you'll do that, but I just urge again that I think in your very first slide in the common issues presentation yesterday, it referred to the qualitative characteristics of the framework, and so it's now a matter of just ensuring that there's the visibility of how the board has applied those. So that was very much the case in both discussions today. I think the depth of discussion was very encouraging, and so I congratulate the board on the work that it's done. And gosh, a lot of work to do in a very short period of time, and wish you well for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert, for your encouraging words, but also for challenging us in some respects that we will sure have to have in consideration. All in all, and I'm sure that this is the thinking around the table. This challenge that you are mentioning should be the most relevant thing that we should have in mind while moving forward with these standards. And it means not taking anything for granted, but testing things against the public interest and against the concrete users of these standards. We will sure take that on, include that in our reflection. Robert, thank you for your words. And of course, my next words go to the task force. As we can see, the task force has a very relevant challenge ahead, but I think that we are ready to go, considering the topics that have already been identified and the good contribution from this board. And so we are looking forward to see where we land in a few months with this, with the answers to the answers to the questions that have been made now. So I think that for this morning we are ready. I don't think that there are any specific administrative information unless that we have the group photo. Is that it? So I'll give it.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriela. And just before I mention a couple of administrative matters, I think I appreciated Robert's remarks about the public interest framework. Before even the PIOB considers the final standards and in its consideration of certification, this board will have itself to be able to certify the standard relative to the public interest framework, and I would encourage the two task forces, both on sustainability but also on the use of experts, that as we proceed further down the path of really analyzing the issues and applying the judgments relative to the different characteristics in the public interest framework, that we very consciously document the judgments that are being exercised and will be able to report back to the board with full transparency, so that at least the board will have the basis to be able to certify the final standard. So with that, just in terms of the administrative matters, the board photograph session will take place now before we get into the lunch. The location is going to be in the room where the opening session took place. So I would ask all board members to make your way to that room, and then shortly after that, we'll have the lunch. It should be ready after that. Thank you. Yes, and we just continue the meeting again at 1:30. Thank you. The sound, yeah, they're working on it. Yeah.
I'm going to hand back the mic.
I thought you were coming to invite me to dance. It takes two to tango.
If we were having a glass of wine at lunch, Gabriella, I'd contemplate it.
We will dance when the standards are ready. Can you do that?
Thank you.
Can you commit? Sorry? To that? Yes. Once the standard will be out, we will dance.
Done quicker.
You know, I have an agreement with the former colleague of mine.
So it's nicely said, but you've done a good start already.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, we have to be basically saying, how do you loop it back?
Yeah, no, but that's a good reminder, because it's easy to forget.
Hey, check. Hey, check. Hey, check, check. Hey, hey, check, check. Hey, hey. hey, 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 hey. Check, 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 check. Hey, 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 hey. Hey. Hey.
Sure.
Another one?
Is this what? It's what. So here we are back after many nice photos for the posterity of the Iesba family, which is, by the way, growing, as we can see. Very happy to have these memories of this wonderful meeting in Abu Dhabi. We are back to discuss our sustainability issues, and this time to address the Workstream 2 proposals and considerations. Workstream 2, just a brief recap, is working on to develop ethics standards or ethics and independence ethics standards for sustainability reporting and assurance. And I will give the floor to Christelle, chair of the Workstream, to present on these proposals and considerations. Christelle, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So following the discussions we had this morning, we proposed to the board to consider certain key definitions as a starting point. Sustainability information, sustainability assurance practitioner, and professional activity. And in the second part of our exchange today, we will we will share views with you on should we develop profession agnostic ethics standards for sustainability reporting. Okay, the answer was already done for assurance. Here it's on the reporting. Okay, so on the key definition, I propose that we start with the sustainability information. And we are here exchanging on the approach, okay? Of course, we are proposing a first drafting, but it's more on the approach that we would like to have your insights. So our working group considers that our approach should incorporate some key characteristics, which are alignment to the extent possible, of course, between IAASB and Iesba. As you will see, we have for this key definition good arguments to diverge to some extent. Our definition should also be broad enough to cover all potential ESG matters to be reported, be it on a voluntary or on a mandatory basis, be it or subject to assurance. Okay? We also need our definition to be framework neutral, be it on the applicable reporting on or on the assurance framework, as we said this morning already. So we may have some difficulties with the slides because I'm already on slide 5. But this is for information because you had that. This is a slide with the definition of IAASB, and you had it yesterday. Yes, thank you. Yeah. So here is their definition, and I propose, in fact, to skip it and go directly to the other one. We took into consideration, of course, would it be suitable for us to stay with that definition? We concluded not to, and we studied also other definitions, okay? Why did we, no, please, on the slide before, right? Why did we propose to depart from the wording of IAASB? Because IAASB is to some extent, a technical standard for those performing assurance. Therefore, not surprisingly, it needs some technicalities. While the Iesba issues on ethics and independence standards for those preparing, reporting on sustainability, and also providing assurance thereon, that needs to be broader and more overarching. And as you heard yesterday, Willie, he considered that it was also a good way to depart, good reasons for being broader in our sense. So to be broader, we took into consideration other definitions that are on the landscape right now. The ISSB description of the concept of sustainability, and also of sustainability-related financial information, and also the EFRAG's definition on sustainability matters and factors. On the next slide, we have these definitions. We integrated in our approach some key components of and overarching components of these definitions. In the ISSB, we took the fact that there was a notion of dependencies and impacts on the whole business ecosystem, and particularly with the short, medium, and long-term notion. And also the resources and relationship on which an entity's business model and strategy for sustaining and developing that model depend, okay? And on the EFRAG, we thought it would be useful to some extent to illustrate what sustainability matters were, and to integrate into our definition the notion of environment, social, and governance. The EFRAG's draft definition was used as our starting point. Since it's broader and not linked also to a specific perspective relating to single versus double materiality, for example. We are on the next slide. Yes, thank you. So we integrated the broad reference to the typical ESG factors, but without examples, so that the definition can be kept all-encompassing. We make reference to the historical information as well as forward-looking information, was important notion for us. We keep it framework neutral, notably in regards the single and double materiality aspects. We take the ISSB reference over the short, medium, and long term, and we added reference to jurisdiction specificities. So we ended up with this proposition, information relating to environmental, social, and governance factors, including policies, performance, plans, and goals that are relevant to an organization's activity or impacts over the short, medium, and long term. This also includes any specific information designated as such by the applicable reporting framework in the particular jurisdiction. This last sentence was to address to cover particular factors or relevant materiality set by a particular jurisdiction. So before asking the board's input on our proposed approach and our draft definition, I think it's well-purposed to share the CAG's comments, which were numerous. They were very interested by this important notion. And so they generally express support for a broad and overarching definition. Of course, framework neutral. This is in agreement. They recognize the importance of the coordination with IAASB, but recognized there were good arguments for departing a little bit. They had queried about the fact that so these were different persons speaking. It was not the total board, the total CAG unified. But so in some circumstances, they felt, well, why do you need a definition? Because the definition is going to be given in each jurisdiction. They also had a recommendation to be cautious in the effect of having different definitions in international standards. And so they felt it was necessary to be also close to ISSB definition. And in terms of drafting, the suggestion were to make it less organization focused. There was a question about the materiality, should it be included? To expand the idea of impacts, because in some circumstances it was a little bit, well, should it be more specific, clear about the impacts on environment and society up and down the value chain? And also what relevant mean when it's information required by law only. The observation here was, do the definition apply when the information is not defined by a jurisdiction, but as we were talking this morning, also by voluntarily self-disclosed and self-defined information, okay? And also they considered there would be a case to remove the second paragraph and to put it elsewhere than in the definition. The fact that our definition does not prescribe that they cannot be additional requirements and definitions by local jurisdictions. And they considered it could be in other type of material. Okay. So, given, maybe, I don't know, Galen, do you think I forgot something from our very intense discussions last week? Thank you.
I think you've covered it. I do believe that the suggestion about single materiality was more it wasn't disregarding double materiality, but rather begin with focusing on single materiality and get into the double later. And I think the same types of comments would roll through this as well. But there was a lot of different opinions, and some of them conflicting. So I don't know that there was a theme, really.
So if the board would like to share with us your first thought on the approach, on the definition, on CAG's comments or recommendations.
Thank you very much, Christelle. This is one more critical aspect of the standard setting project. I would say the basis of it. So what is being suggested here, proposed and questioned is something that deserves the board attention and active contribution. We are the first line of defense against any mistakes that we can be making in developing these standards. So we are responsible for addressing the risks that we have here and trying to make sure that, I mean, if we make any mistake, at least we have not missed the opportunity to try to identify what can be right and what can be wrong. I think that the task force already did a very good job, as we can see from this presentation, so that we are being given the right questions and the right material to discuss. And so I would open here the floor, expecting that even after lunch and the photos, you are still able to be as active and insightful as this morning and yesterday. Jeff? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Gabrielle, and thank you, Krista. Just very quickly, before we hear your views, so as Krista has explained, we want to hear, I guess, with this definition that we have, it is just a working draft. So we are keen to hear two aspects, but more particularly the approach that Workstream 2 is taking in developing this definition of sustainability information, particularly the fact that, as you have heard yesterday and just now, IWSB has a different approach to us in terms of their definition or the draft definition of sustainability information that might be going out for exposure. So I want to hear your view on the approach, and then, of course, if you have any views about the working draft definition as well, I'm sure Workstream 2 would love to hear that as well. Thanks, Gabrielle.
Gabrielle, before we open the floor for the board members to comment, if I could ask Christelle, whoever is holding the clicker, to move to slide 10 so that we have the definition in front of everybody. And just a reminder that this definition is intended to apply to both assurance and reporting. So we're not just only looking at the reporting angle. So that's an important thing. And I think, Christelle, if I may suggest, there is a threshold question before we even start to look at the definition and start to splice it and dice it and so forth. The threshold question is this: does the board believe that it is appropriate for the code to have a broad definition, as indeed Workstream 2 has proposed, or should the code have a definition that is aligned to the definition in the IWSB's proposed assurance standard? Because if it's the latter, then there's no question to be addressed. Essentially, we just go with the IWSB definition. So that is a threshold question, and if the board believes yes, the code ought to have a different or broader definition, then of course then we can go into the proposal that's in front of us.
Thank you very much, Ken. Is it working? Yeah. So the floor is open. I hope that you don't take too seriously what Ken said about we possibly closing the discussion now if we decide that it should be similar to the IAASB definition, and so we don't have anything else to discuss. At least we can come to the conclusion, but again, discussion and challenge is important. Galen, please.
Yeah, just going back to Christelle's question, what did the CAG say? And I said there wasn't any consensus. However, the second paragraph here in this definition, there was a consensus, and I think it was felt that we don't have anything against the paragraph other than we don't believe it should be in the definition. Move it somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Galen. Rania, I think you were the first.
Yes, thank you. So I don't think we should have another definition because if we're essentially talking about the same thing, and remember that our audience today is not just professional accountants, it's a much broader audience. So I believe we can all agree that we're talking about the same information. And so I don't see how we can justify, and we are supposedly coordinating on these efforts, so I don't see how we can justify not agreeing on the basic thing, which is a definition. So I think we should stick with the ISSB definition. Having said that, though, I would also suggest, I mean, just a thought, just me thinking out loud, one way to go about it is really not to just not provide a definition, and perhaps none of the boards should actually provide a definition. And I'll give you an example. The anti-corruption, the UN Convention Against Corruption, which is the most comprehensive convention against corruption, does not define corruption, because they recognize that corruption is such a fluid concept, and it keeps on evolving. And so they have decided, they have opted not to define it, but just to basically describe corrupt practices and stick with the spirit of what corruption is. So, and I think sustainability, information, and the concept of sustainability is also a very fluid notion for all of us. I think, I mean, I know personally I struggle with, wrapping my head around what goes into sustainability. So if I may be as bold as to suggest that perhaps that could be one course of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. I don't know if Christel, do you want to react now?
On the ISSB definition, there is no sustainability information in the ISSB. There is a sustainability concept, and there is a sustainability related financial information. So it's very much driven by these scopes. So this was not the broader concept that we needed in the code to cover also the information that would be not relying on ISSB framework, okay? As we need to be framework neutral. And the EFRAG definition was a little bit too much, deriving in some details about human rights and anti-corruptions, etc., where we didn't want to go, to keep it sufficient. So it was more as an illustration that we added we started with the concept including environmental, social, and governance, but we wanted to keep it broad enough. So I think we also have arguments not to to stick to the ISSB because they don't have a definition for sustainability information, but something narrower.
Thank you, Rania and Christel. I would just add, looking at the ISSB definition, that it relates to something that is already in the FRED. It's the same, the equivalent of a subject matter information in other ISSB assurance standards. As we move towards a vision according to which our standards should be framework neutral, it's relative, I would say, let's keep our minds open and see what comes out from the discussion. But I would say that it would be difficult to have a framework neutral approach and at the same time having as a basis a definition which relates to a very technical concept and definition within the specific ISSB context. But this is just another element for thinking. Mark, please.
Thank you. I suppose my jumping off point is very similar to Rania in that we shouldn't be developing our own definition, but the problem is I don't necessarily think the ISSB definition is a particularly helpful one. So it sort of means that we're sort of forced a bit to sort of diverge from what they have. And I think when I look at the other sort of definitions that the working group has considered, in a sense, ISSB has one. I agree that it's focused on sustainability-related financial information, and EFRAG has one. And I don't think either of those are particularly satisfactory either, because the ISSB one is focused on enterprise value, and the EFRAG one is almost far too prescriptive. So I think where you've got to is a bit like if I think sort of about the concept of something in a European directive where it's minimum harmonisation rather than maximum harmonisation in a regulation. And I think what you've done is probably quite a neat minimum harmonisation to create something that potentially works for the code and avoids the downsides of the other definitions that are already circulating around there. That said, I think, you know, both for the roundtables and ultimately for any sort of consultation on an exposure draft, it's quite a useful question. And it does go to show the difficulty of having the IASB, moving forward at a quicker pace than we are, because some of these things could actually be better aligned in a way that would be helpful to both boards. So I think as a jumping off point, where you are is probably a good compromise in developing something that is helpful to framing things in the context of the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Christelle, I don't know if you want to react immediately or if you want to collect one or two questions more. How do you want to?
No, I fully agree with what how
Okay.
Mark
Okay, good.
said it.
That's
So it's okay. This
okay.
this is what we meant when we issue this broader definition.
Yeah, and again, reverting to the vision that we should have a framework neutral regime and therefore a framework neutral concept. It was raised in another slide. I think it was one of the comments of the CAG that we could possibly work a little bit on the extension of the impact idea. I'm not saying that we have to say so. I'm just raising the attention of the board to this kind of matters because it is specifically related with how much we can develop a framework neutral concept or definition. If we want to cover both enterprise value and double materiality, then we have to make sure that it works well and that it shows that he appears as covering all those situations and leaves no doubts about it.
I think the two sort of set of notions that I think we are going to work on is the fact that it should be clear on what we mean with impact, okay? And the second one was about, what was it? The second one was about, yes, that specificity that we are invoking. We are going to work on that. And what, oh yes, and the second notion was, does it cover voluntary information or not? And I think we should be clear that we think same ethical behavior should be put into reporting or whatever kind of assurance over voluntary information and not only about legal requirements.
That's also an important element about which the board can give opinion. I think you have already showed the way, some ways, but let's listen. Luigi, please.
Thank you. I have no particular objections in defining or using our own definition if we believe it is more comprehensive or more precise. What it is not clear to me, well, probably because we are at the beginning of this journey, is the impact of this definition. If I can compare this definition with the traditional one, I see a difference between financial information and financial statement. They are completely different. And the subject matter of the assurance work of an auditor is the financial statement, not the financial information per se. And it seems to me very similar here, because we are defining the element of, let's say, a more complex and articulated information that should be subject to assurance. So as a general comment, I'm fine with probably, well, there could be some wording to work with, but if we consider these an element, an elementary piece of the more general information that should be subject to assurance, I'm fine. The point is that if we just remain at this level, we will end into an environment difficult to manage, like certification, special purpose information, whatever we discussed this morning. So in my view, there should be a next level in order to identify what is the purpose of the assurance, and therefore which are the ethical rules applicable, not just to the element, but to the, let's say, to the entire set of information that are subject to assurance.
Thank you, Luigi. Christelle, I don't know if you want to respond, but I'll just remind that with everything that you said is makes sense. I was just wondering if while this definition will have to serve not only assurance but also reporting, if something like the subject information works for reporting, because the subject information is the reporting itself. So I think this idea that we are, our scope is much broader than the IAASB scope will also have to be considered when checking, testing if these definitions and these words and these concepts work for both layers. Christelle, shall I give you the floor, or do you want to collect the questions?
No, I understand Luci's comment, but I think you agree that we might have a broad definition, but please you make this restriction to assurance subject matter. And which, yeah, I think Gabriela answered well, that we are dealing also with this concept in the reporting part, and it should be clear that we expect that the issuers are dealing this in an ethical manner. But we'll make sure that we are clear, and it's at the frontier or in the common world of workstream 1 and 2, and we will work on that, to be clear.
Thank you, Christelle and Luigi. Sadia, please.
So I appreciate the difficulty here because we're trying to combine two definitions in one. It feels like we're trying to define what sustainability means in this definition. And that's where the questions might come across. What does environmental, social, and governance factors mean? And writing definitions is probably the hardest part of the code because ethics doesn't stand alone. It stands on top of reporting and assurance standards, and usually we lean on those standards. My question would be to the task force to consider whether some of this information can be written in introductory language and not have to be defined within a definition. I think it will help because you'll have a little bit more flexibility on how to draft it.
Thank you, Sadia. Well, you take note of the...
Yes, I take note, I think.
The proposal, which is not the first time that comes across, of not having a definition at all. Jens, please.
I'm on the same page as Sadia and Rainer are. I have tried to find a definition of financial information in the code. There is none. So we have no definition of that. For me, if we must have a definition, I'm quite comfortable with this, but this is for me more application material, what is now state of the art of ESG information that might change. And we have learned in the past that even financial information as a term is including non-financial information. So that's why I would like to have a more generic approach. But I'm not aware yet whether we have to define it for other purposes. So that's why I'm making this question mark. But from a conceptual view, I think there's no need.
Thank you, Jens. Chana?
Thanks, Gabriela. Thanks, Crystal, for this definition, which is very general and broad. I'm a bit with Luigi. I don't have any problem in defining it. And I think ESG, a lot of people are using it and it's generally well understood. And also this helps with the framework neutral thing by not linking to the IAASB subject matter information. Galen made the point that the second paragraph is an issue. Another way to link back to the IASB is to have a third paragraph which says in the context of assurance engagements, it means that, and then link to the IAASB definition if we need to. But having it general probably helps with the understanding, because I'm not sure people involved in reporting understands what subject matter information is.
Yes, and for non-professional accountants, not only understanding what the subject information is, but having to go through the code to see, or through the standards to see how it is defined. So
yeah, and I have one more point to Jane's point. All the financial information is not defined. Financial statements and financial report is defined. And so that what drives audit independence is on the financial report. So that is defined. Yeah, historical financial information. Thanks, Martha.
Okay. Well, thank you. So we have diverse inputs. I have a strong conviction, but I think if we're not finished with the board discussion...
Okay, so I just wanted to know if you wanted to react now, but we still have some people
wanting
wanting to contribute.
Let's go on. Yes.
Okay, so I'll call Andy, please.
Thank you. So I think the definition is fine, but I'm asking myself what the purpose of the definition is and what it would do in an ethical construct. And it would seem to be that it would be very useful if it would be including what's in or out of a scope to have a definition. So having made that argument internally, I realize I think that's more important for a performance standard like the auditing standard or an assurance standard, and not so much from the ethical, where it should be as broadly defined and contextually as it can be. So I was actually responding very well to what Rania and Sadia said about maybe no definition, or we just put it in introductory comments. Because when you get a technical definition and it's got, goals, and then it starts to need to be tweaked and amended, but what's the purpose? The purpose is what's in and what's out, and I didn't see this definition as adding anything to the ethical construct of what goes in. So for public interest perspective, I wouldn't want to exclude any sustainability stuff someone wants to do. And the code should encompass it all. So sometimes definitions can be used as a way of building a fence around something and, say, putting it outside the remit of the rules. And while that might be okay for a reporting standard, from an ethical construct, I wouldn't want to put anything outside of our reach. So I'm actually in the camp of, well, I agree with the definition. I don't think we need to have it in the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. James.
Sorry, it's a two-hand comment, meaning I just want to support what has been expressed here, and I'd phrase it, and our litmus test is there any requirement or rule as we develop the standard where a definition is needed in order for that requirement to be effective? So it's a scoping question and it's a technical execution question so that our requirements can operate. And I'm not sure, we haven't seen them, but if your requirements require a scoped definition to operate effectively, then we need a definition. If we don't, then let's go an easier route that's being offered. Thanks.
Thank you, James. And finally, I think Vania, do I see right?
Thank you. I like the definition very much that you presented, because I think it solves the problems in connection to the other ones. It does not have the concentration on the financial aspects and values that ISSB has, or the excess in details that IFRAG has, and also brings the concept of generating value over time. I also like the second paragraph that the CAG did not, because it works very well with the building block concept that ISSB is proposing, that IFAC endorses, and also the EO school. So I think it is good. But yes, maybe it does not have to be inside the code, but in an introductory concept. I think that the important is for us to have the main aspects, that the main components that we are bringing to the notion of sustainability information.
Yeah, I think I agree that the question of in and out is interesting. The question of for what purpose in the code, we should answer to that, so we will. I think what is important and what is different in the sustainability compared to the financial, that the financial world has been driven by these concepts and wording for dozens of years. And here in the sustainability, we already agree that some international standard setters or regional standard setters do not define it quite the same, do not ask for quite the same for the moment. And we also know that we want to address that the reporting is done in an ethical way, whatever the framework for the content is. So be it voluntary, required, well-defined, specific to the company, etc. Then, of course, I understand that the second row is, can we have an assurance, and what kind of assurance on what kind of information? And this is another subject. So I agree that we have to make sure that it is a key definition and why, and we will come back to the board on that point. We will do that and discuss that tonight. But I think to some extent it's important that we acknowledge that it's not a well-defined and concept, and that to this extent it is new and different from the financial world.
Right. Thank you, Christelle. Felicia.
Thank you, Chair. And forgive my ignorance when it comes to the definition, because I think it's good to define, but again, given what my colleagues have mentioned, it's probably better not to include it in the code. Given that, if you look at the definition itself, it's a bit complicated, in my view, maybe because I'm not an expert in sustainability or anything like that. If you look at where it says, including policies, performance plans, and goals that are relevant to an organization's activities, I was wondering whether it's all and all impacts. So because you're looking at both activities and impacts of that of those activities over the short term and long term. So it's a bit not easy, and therefore it can also lead to many controversial comments or maybe interpretations. So in my view, I think we could leave out this definition and maybe put it somewhere else, either into the glossary, but not part of the code itself. So it's not an easy concept as we think, based on what I've seen, and I've had a bit of chat with Paul. It's a bit not very clear to me. So I would say that we don't include it in the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. No, it's not easy, as we see from this discussion. I think that the task force will take that on board, namely the examples, the exemplification of the elements of this information, if it's a closed list or so. So thank you very much. Sanjeev.
Thank you. I think I'll support what Andy said and not repeat the whole thing and what Rani also said. I'll just add one example to it. When we did our tax planning project, we did not define what tax planning is. We kind of explained what tax planning can be or what it includes. And that's where I think Sadia said that, look, instead of a definition, can we not explain it somewhere as to what sustainability information is, instead of defining it and kind of, again, what comes in or what remains outside? Because it is, I think, is going to be ever evolving. And obviously, what we'll define today is what is before us. Should we keep this open? Should we keep it as only as a descriptive as sustainability information includes, but not a definition? So that would be my suggestion too.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Yao Shu, please.
We don't hear you, Yao Shu.
We can't hear you. Yao Shu, if you don't mind, I'll go to Ken and then get back to you while we try to solve the problem, okay? Can you hear me? Okay, so I'll give the floor to Ken while we try to solve the problem with the sound, because we can't hear you, okay?
Thank you, Gabriela. Yes, hopefully the sound system will come back, but I have been listening to the discussion very carefully, and my suggestion to the board would be not to make a decision at this stage until after both work streams have had a chance to start to develop the provisions, because the reason I say this is because we have to be very cautious in not prejudging or foreclosing on what we might need to do eventually. Because if I were to, and maybe that's a response to James's challenge or question, are there any provisions or might there be any requirements that would call for a level of specificity that we would need to make sure that practitioners, assurance practitioners, will be able to operationalize the requirements of provisions. So if I were to look at the non-assurance services provisions, and as we all appreciate, when it comes to sustainability assurance, many of the provisions concerning the provision of non-assurance services in an audit context ought also to apply in a sustainability assurance context. And a number of the NAS provisions in the code speak to the practitioners, or in the case of an audit, the auditor's consideration as to whether the outcome of the non-assurance service might have a material effect on the financial statements. And that is a very, very specific and very precise requirement. And if we don't have a definition, then it's going to be very difficult to operationalize that sort of requirement. In other words, it's how would the practitioner make an evaluation as to whether the outcome of the non-assurance service, whatever it might be, might have a material effect on the sustainability information. And if it is very broadly described, it's very loosely described, that's very difficult to apply on a consistent basis globally by both PAs and non-PAs. And I'll take another context as well, the concept of a public interest entity. Workstream 1 will need to consider this very carefully. In the context of an audit of financial statements, the concept of a PI, as many of the board members will know, is very closely linked to financial statements. And financial statements is a concept that is defined in the code. It is very, very precise as to what we understand to be financial statements, and that term also is defined in the IASB standards. And as we extend the concept of a pie to the sustainability context, we may need to take a parallel approach, if you will, in terms of how we then explain the meaning or define the concept of sustainability information, precisely to be able to circumscribe what we understand to be an entity of public interest in a sustainability context. So that's what I would caution the board. I mean, it seems appealing because of the challenges of defining the concept that we, if you will, we take the easy way out and not try to define it and just maybe describe it very generally, as in fact the IASB is trying to do for its application material, apart from the technical definition. But I think in the context of independence in particular, we may need a level of specificity so that we can have requirements that can be very consistently applied and certainly understood.
Thank you very much, Ken, for raising these very, not specific, but concrete aspects, and for the advice not to decide today. I don't think that we were going anyway to make a decision, but I think we have to keep that flexibility and that open mind on the next few times. Yao Shu, can you try again? We can't hear you, Yao Shu. The best that I can do, if we can't solve the problem, is ask you please to send me a message, a written message with the most essential of what you want to do. Is it okay? I'm sorry for this. Rich, please.
Yeah, I'm somewhat in the same camp with Andy and Sanjeev, but I was going to say almost what Ken said is I don't think we should lock in right now. I do think we may, also to Ken's point, find that we need to get a little bit tighter as we look through the specifics of what we're going to what we're going to say about independence in particular as it relates to the aspects of the attestation or assurance work. So that's all I had.
Thank you very much, Rich. Laurie.
Thank you, Chair. So somewhat in line with Andy and others, I'm generally okay with it starting right now with this sort of broad definition, assuming that it'll tighten up. To Rich's point, I think over time, I very much agree with Ken's point that it's probably very early and it'll probably be at some point much further along where we decide this matter. I do know that in other areas we don't have definitions, but they're long-established areas, and one of the concerns I have is this being a newer area, and we've spoken about this earlier in the day. We need to provide better clarity, I think, to people. And when I was thinking about the public interest framework that we're measuring things against, things like clarity and conciseness, the ability for stakeholders to understand what is expected of them is easier in a long-established area of work than in the area of sustainability. So my main concern would be that since we're talking about applying the public interest framework, this would be a good one to go through and think about, are we thinking about all the angles on this before we decide where the balance weighs?
Yeah, thank you, Laurie. And I was, as I was listening to you, I was thinking, for instance, if we provide or if we don't provide a definition, is there or would there, for instance, be room for some people to say this and that is not sustainability information, and start discussing the boundaries of the concept in a way to circumvent the application of some standards? So this kind of risks should be taken on board, but I also agree that it's early days to make a decision here. Yao Shu, last try. It's not going to work.
I would need 2 minutes to take the slides down. If that's okay.
Sorry?
I would need
Okay. So, Yao Shu, you're going to stop for 2 minutes, and then you will be reconnected, and we will try to get you in, okay?
Do you want us to check with you so we can talk?
Check. Oh, sorry. Yao-Su, do you want to try? Okay, it's not, still not working. Just give us another minute. We'll ask you to try again in just a second. Thanks, Yao-Su.
Yeah, sure. I think it's better that instead of waiting for the problem to be solved, if you can type your comments in a very, very easy way and send it to me. Is it possible? Meanwhile, Rania, do you have an additional comment? So please.
I mean, definitely notwithstanding everything that's been said and Ken's point, but I just wanted to give you just some excerpts from a recent FCPA article about ESG. So it says, there isn't any real ESG legislation in the United States. You can piecemeal it into a blurry vision if you combine the laws from compliance, human rights, employee safety, environmental, etc. And then it goes on. And then just to be brief, it continues. One issue is that ESG has multiple meanings. And so all I'm saying is that, I mean, one way I understand that it's important to scope what we're dealing with, very important. But at the same time, first of all, I mean, we really want our standards to be timeless, number one. Number two, the concept itself is evolving. And I mean, you never know what it will continue to include or to exclude. What I would, suggest is that perhaps we can define it by reference to other sustainability frameworks. Let them deal with the definition. Like, for example, you may want to reference, for example, GRI or ISSB or whatever sustainability, whatever reporting framework, assurance framework, whatever it is, and just, you know, and in that case, as Andy was saying, because we are dealing with ethics, it doesn't have to be so technical. We're just saying that whenever something is dealing with what is called sustainability, these are the ethical requirements. I think that would be one way to go about it.
Thank you, Rania. I think this all will be taken out for reflection by the task force. Personally, I think that making reference to a specific existing framework will prevent us from being framework neutral. And this is this wide and agile approach that we have to make sure that we keep. And I mean, we are not defining sustainability. We are defining sustainability information, which is a little bit different. But yeah, very much, a lot of food for thought. Vanya, please.
Yes, Gabriela, thank you. I would just endorse what you just said, because ISSB is supposed to prepare the global standards for reporting sustainability, and they will be doing that not from scratch, but bringing what is better in this sense in the market. So for climate, they are bringing TCFD. For human rights, they might be bringing SHIFT. For biodiversity, it might be bringing GRI. And so for us to link to a specific one might cause problems in the future when the other frameworks are incorporated by ISSB. So I would not recommend that.
Yeah, thank you, Vania. And I'm thinking for an example, for instance, according to the European framework, tax duties and the compliance with tax, the tax activity of a company is subject to the corporate governance, the non-financial information report. So it's part of the sustainability information. In other jurisdictions or regions, this is not so, and it will probably never be like that. So this adaptable nature of the concept of the framework, it's more the framework, has to be kept alive. Ken, please.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriel. And I just sort of had the thought in reaction to Rania's suggestion to consider, if you will, hooking a definition in the code to how the concept of sustainability information might be defined in the relevant reporting framework. And I wasn't thinking that you were suggesting, Rania, that we would go with, let's say, the definition in the ISSB standards or the definition in the GRI standard, but that you would essentially say in our definition that sustainability information it's in effect how it is defined in the relevant or in the applicable reporting framework. And therefore, we're not specifically defining it for purposes of the code, but insofar as the reporting framework has defined it, this is essentially the definition you work with in terms of applying the code. Yeah, and that has some appeal to me because it then makes it framework. It is framework neutral because we're not tying the definition in the code to a specific definition, but it leaves it to the reporting framework. And what we would then need to do is think about what we should be doing in terms of those sustainability assurance engagements that we would shunt across to Part 4B. Because if we're dealing with the Part 4A equivalent standards, meaning the same level of standards as for audits, we would essentially go with the definition. But for those assurance engagements that would be outside the scope of the Part 4B equivalent standards, do we need a generic definition, if you will, of sustainability information? And maybe that's a question that the task force or the work stream can consider. Yeah. So I could say essentially a way that we could kind of think through it and see whether we can come up with an approach, a proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Ashu, can you confirm that we don't have Wi-Fi internet? So, because I'm not receiving the emails as well. I don't know.
Yeah, so we're having issues because there's another event in the building, and we think that might be what was causing the issue.
Oh.
Unfortunately for today, it's going to be...
Okay, so I can't receive Yashu's email.
Okay.
Oh, you have it. Okay, okay. Okay, thank you, Sylvia.
So apologies. In the meantime, we got comments from Yashu, and her comment, my comment is that if we use the same terminology with the IAASB, we need to use the same definition. The PAs will confuse if we use the same terminology, but with different scope. We can make some little change that make the PAs can tell. That's the comment we received from Yashu.
Okay, so as I previously just said, we're not on the same notion because the ISSB is clearly on financial related sustainability information. So there is a difference, in fact. So should not be trouble. But I recognize that we have to be to pay attention to all these remarks. We will take them on board and come back to the board. Okay. Are there other? No.
Laurie, do you still want to?
Yeah. Okay. Is it okay if we go to the next definition? So the next one is about sustainability assurance practitioner. The IAASB propose a definition, and in fact we are proposing globally to align with this definition, but we want to exclude this sentence that is quite specific to the interpretation of the ISA 5000, which is where the ISA expressly intends, etc. This has nothing to do with our purpose, so we would skip it out. So on next slide, we propose to have these definitions. Individuals conducting the engagement, usually the engagement can be leader or partner. As we said this morning, the wording is not defined, but we would align. Or other members of the engagement team, or as applicable, the firm. Yeah. So depending on the fact that we have a fully integrated approach, or part 5 or standalone approach, we might, it's on next slide, please. We might have a slightly different proposition. The wording could be more synthetic in the part 5 with practitioner, while if we are in an integrated approach, we need to make it specific, and so sustainability assurance practitioner would be our recommendation. So,
okay.
I don't know if there's any comment on that.
Thank you, Christelle. Comments on this next definition? Andy?
Thank you, and thank you, Christelle. I'm not sure where to place it, so I think it goes here. I mean, I think this is very clinical in terms of defining what the person is that does the sustainability work, but from a blank ethical code construct, where does the concept of professional competence and due care and qualifications of the practitioner land? So when we look at the code from only applying to professional accountants, I think there are qualifications to be a professional accountant. And we don't define it because each member body defines it differently, but they're qualifications. So it seems that in terms of the practitioners, there ought to be somewhere where the threat of not being professionally competent or having due care, there's some sort of qualifications for the practitioner. So I don't know if that's something the task force has gotten into, because this is just an extremely clinical, it's not qualitative at all, is how I'm trying to describe it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm being idiomatic, but it seems to me there ought to be some place within this project where we have some sort of qualitative aspect of who a qualified practitioner is.
Okay, for sure we will see that, and I propose that we discuss this with the next definition, which is the professional activity, because there enters the question of skills. But I understand that for assurance practitioner, wherever in the code we have defined that. For the financial assurance practitioner, we should also make it clear for the sustainability assurance practitioner that we have the same bar, same expectations.
Okay, fair enough.
If I may, so thank you. And following up on Andy,
You know, and I've had a chance to think about this a little bit since the CAG meeting. I understand where we want to go to distinguish between financial reporting and sustainability reporting, but I'm not sure that this is the place to do it in the maybe it's in the definition of what a partner is. It scopes in sustainability leadership, and the reason I say that, at some point we're going to get to reporting. In reporting, you know, historically you've had partners signing because they sign on behalf of the firm, and it's the and in some countries like my own, I mean, you have to be registered, you have to be appropriately licensed and so forth. It has to be at that level. So when you say leader, I don't know where a leader stands in that hierarchy. Do they have the legal ability to sign the firm's name, whoever the firm is, either inside public accounting or outside of public accounting? So I think, you know, maybe the alternative is really look at the partner definition, because you're indicating that that individual would be at that level to take full responsibility for the work that's being done and put whomever, whatever company, their ownership on the line and responsible for that opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Galen.
Yeah.
Mark, please.
Thank you. And just sort of following on really from Galen's comment there, the problem in part becomes trying to write a definition for two completely separate things. So on one hand, we're looking at a definition, as you said, Galen, that covers a regulated profession carrying out a regulated activity. At some point in the future, sustainability may be a regulated profession delivering a regulated activity. But in many jurisdictions, certainly in the short to medium term, it may be a completely unregulated profession carrying out a completely unregulated activity. And indeed, although sustainability may have a range of reporting frameworks, there is not the regulatory infrastructure that's sort of built around that in the same way. So my question then becomes that there is a trade-off between a definition that is so generic it can accommodate both, or something that needs two definitions because it's trying to include two totally separate disciplines. And both of those are unsatisfactory. So there may be merit for the time being in sort of maximising the ambiguity to the extent possible, because I don't really know how you land one way or the other.
Thank you, Mark. Christelle, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit puzzled. We need the definition, and we align with the IAASB because, in fact, it is linked to assurance to a large extent. If we need to define some ethical aspects for the person leading the assurance work, we are in this assurance world, okay? So what's about saying that we do not need a definition? We need it for the rest of the code. Why wouldn't we need it for the sustainability? I don't know. And where is the problem with the fact that there are some people that in some jurisdiction they are regulated, they are sometimes accredited, or they are independent with no definition of independency. But that's a regulator's affair. Yeah, the level of requirement for this accreditation of the quality of and competencies, etc., and level of responsibilities taken by these persons. This is a question of regulation and shouldn't have an impact on a framework neutral approach. But maybe I'm wrong, and we'll discuss this on the assurance side.
Thank you, Christelle. Ken, or do you want to speak after the others?
Yeah, it's just on this issue as to how we are approaching the definition of a sustainability assurance practitioner. And I think what is missing here is a definition of an engagement partner or engagement leader, whichever term we want to use. But an engagement partner, just so the board can be reminded, there is already a definition of an engagement partner in the code. And that definition says, and that goes to Galen's question as to whether the engagement leader would have any sort of certification under regulation or law, etc. The definition of an engagement partner is very clear in the code, and it says it's the partner or of a person in the firm who is responsible for the engagement, and it's that is issued on behalf of the firm, and who, where required, has the appropriate authority from a professional, legal, or regulatory body. And that goes to Christelle's point that this board doesn't have to worry about how the individual is certified and authorized, because that's a matter for national jurisdictions to determine, whether it's a professional body, whether it's a legal or regulatory body. But the individual who will bear ultimate responsibility on behalf of the firm when signing the report will have to be appropriately authorized. But importantly, under the quality management standards, and that's where the quality management comes into play. This is not for the code, but the quality management standards, in this case, maybe it's going to be the IWSP standards, will require those individuals who act as engagement partners or leaders to have the appropriate skills, competencies, experiences, etc. So I don't think we need necessarily to have to worry about how we make sure that the individual is suitably qualified, competent, and authorized to actually act in the role of an engagement partner or leader. I think the concept is already in the code. All we are really discussing, to my mind, is whether we use the term engagement partner or engagement leader. But we would keep the current definition in a sustainability assurance context. And then we can, for sure, I mean, I don't see, from my perspective anyway, see any particular issue with going with the proposal from the IWSP to the definition of a sustainability assurance practitioner, which is quite generic.
Yeah, so I would stick with engagement partner and maybe just expand that, because one person, it goes back to what you're talking about, Ken. One person has to have the authority to sign on behalf of the firm. And to me, it doesn't make sense what does engagement leader mean, unless you've defined it, and does it convey anything different than what we have in the code right now as engagement partner? And I get the idea that this is different, and so we will have non-practitioners outside the profession trying to understand what we mean by engagement partner, and that's just, I think, a leap that they have to make.
Okay. Yeah, we want to address the fact that in most of the outside the firms, there is not a question of partnerships, or it might be marginal. At least on the biggest actors, they're not partners. They are leaders, senior executives, chief of whatever. And so, yeah, and so we need a generic term. That's, I agree. Now, what do we convey if we stay with the partner? That was the question that we raised.
Yes, I have a similar concern, if I may here step in, because as Christelle is saying, if we think about who are the other service providers, most of the time they will not recognize themselves in the words partner and firm, because we are not speaking about the firm, but firm for those non-professional accountants doesn't mean anything. Firm can be anything, can be any kind of organization. So again, some additional things for reflection. This is one of the moments where we have to put ourselves in the shoes of those who are part of totally different organizations with different structures, different constructs, etc., and see if it fits into. Not sure. Well, stop here. Let's see how it goes. Rania, Sadia.
So I had a similar comment to what Ken was saying, and I would second looking at the definition of engagement partner and whether there's room to actually talk to a leader role in that definition and not within the definition of sustainability assurance practitioner. I think as much as we want to accommodate more people, we shouldn't confuse professional accountants that have been familiar with the term professional partner, engagement partner, and have to consider if there's an engagement leader, which might be something that they use within the firm. So we don't want to water down a definition that's already known. I do want to re-emphasize Andy's point, and that's the case of eligibility that we haven't discussed. Who will be eligible to go into the role of an engagement partner, an engagement leader, and what would be the prerequisite so that we know that you're going to be applying the code with all that it's backed against, and that is a professional body, examinations, continuous development programs, those type of items. And I'm not saying it goes within the code, but it's probably a preamble or an introduction to how you could use the code. Thank you.
A quick reaction is, I think we need to be careful that we're not stepping into the quality management realm in trying to specify conditions for individuals to be eligible to act as engagement leaders or engagement partners, and we have to really consider very carefully what is already in ISQM1, because ISQM1 specifies a number of requirements relative to the eligibility of individuals to act as leaders, as engagement partners. You know, how they are qualified and whether they're the right individuals who are authorized to sign reports on behalf of the firm. So that's what I would caution, that we don't start to build a sort of framework, if you will, to identify and select those individuals who can act as engagement partners or leaders, because we don't do that in the context of audits, for example.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah, Sadia, you want to react, I see.
And my reaction would be that I saw that there is a question in the round table, and it's probably going to be a very valuable insight that we draw on whether, if you're not following the IAASB standards for assurance, do you have a system of quality management so that we don't have to write it? And if you don't, then we're going to have to build a criteria in. Thanks.
Thank you, Sadia. Mark, did you want to, because I saw your badge, but not anymore. Do you want to?
Yeah, and maybe that's just another point of context, just so the board understands, because I do believe it would be useful to at least have a show of hands around the table to give a bit of direction to the work stream 2 as they start the drafting work. And that point of context is that even on the IAASB side, they will have a bit of inconsistency in how they are approaching the issue of terminology, because in their assurance standard, ISSA 5000, they are proposing to go with the term engagement leader precisely because the objective is to develop profession agnostic standards. But their quality management standard, ISQM1, will continue to use the term engagement partner. So already within, so if you were to think about a firm that is going to be using the IWSP standards, it will have to apply ISSE 5000 in conjunction with ISQM1. And the firm essentially will be juggling with two different concepts that essentially mean the same thing, right? So on their side, they have a bit of a conundrum, if you will. I mean, I'm not suggesting that we solve that for them, but that's a bit of the challenge, and maybe that's also something for the board to consider.
Apart from the board, I had discussion, and there was a suggestion, well, why not keep it partner or leader, and then you make the most of them too. But here we had the intention to cope with the IAASB definition. We can depart slightly with an additional word. It might be responding to what you just said. But we'll reflect on it with the working group. Jeff wanted to.
Sorry, just quickly. Just to remind the board, the definition or the concept of engagement leader and partner within the sustainability project, it's something that Workstream 1 will look at more closely. So really this definition that the Workstream 2 has is really just looking at the individuals that we want to capture, in terms of within the code. And I guess Andy's initial comment is kind of capture, well, who are these individuals and what qualifies them. So that's something that we will look at. Of course, the code, as others have mentioned, the term professional accountant is defined as a member of an IFAC member body, so that's easy. But in terms of a sustainability assurance practitioner, that's something that we will look at. But in terms of just the definition or the concept of engagement partner leader, what we're going to use, how we're going to coordinate with IWSP, I think Workstream 1 and more broadly the task will look at that, particularly after the roundtable and we hear some feedback. But yeah, I think I wouldn't at this point. I mean we've got some good feedback, but we'll take it from here, I think.
Yeah, not wanting to prolong the discussion, but I think I would suggest that the board thinks in terms of a high bar to clear if Iesba were to depart from the approach IWSP has taken on this particular issue. And I'm not saying on other issues of coordination, but at least with regard to Iesba's direction of travel. If this board were to go with engagement partner and IWSP goes with engagement leader, already we would have a difference in terminology when we're referring to the same individual. And what is the basis or rationale for this board to go with a different term when the objective is to be fully coordinated between the two boards? So I think my challenge to this board is it has to be high threshold to clear if this board is going to come up with a different term. And what is the basis for that? Otherwise, clearly we should be aligned in terms of terminology.
Okay, so this is the challenge for this board now. But Mark.
I agree with you on that, Ken, in terms of the need for there to be a high bar. But equally, I am sympathetic to the task force need to have a bit more structure and definition in how we look at defining these engagements and who is ultimately responsible for delivering them. So just out of interest, I have looked at 2 independent assurance reports prepared for a global corporate, one of which is prepared by a professional accountancy firm, one of which is prepared by another provider. So the PA prepared version refers to use of the Iesba code. It refers to a quality management system aligned at the time ISQC1, so something we would recognise. The report is signed in the name of the engagement leader, and it refers to a conclusion drawn on the basis of the evidence that the engagement has gathered. The other report, on slightly different subject matter in the same entity, talks about an independent assurance engagement. However, it refers to a mix of 5 different reporting criteria from different systems, 2 of which appear to be internally generated. It refers to a quality management standard that is not a standard, it's a certification. So it's difficult to see how that works. It refers to an independent report, yet talks about a code of ethics, but with no detail behind it, and then in the same sentence talks about a number of existing commercial relationships with the entity. So, on one hand, I'm really with you on the need not to depart from an established definition, and indeed David and I were just looking at the definition in the code for, you know, sort of for engagement partner in terms of the engagement and thinking, is this strong enough to do it? But I do have some sympathy for where Christelle has landed, which in one example lends itself really well to the existing definitions and ties it all in very strongly, but in another example would leave me extremely nervous that without a more belt and brace approach, you would run the risk of undermining one of the objectives that we talked about earlier, which is the purpose of what we're doing with the code is to underpin the reliability of the information and the ability to be able to underpin public trust in that information. So I don't have an answer to it, but I sort of have a bit of a caveat and a word of warning that we need to try and work out how to address, either through amending a definition or putting something around it, be it application material, as others have stated, or, you know, thinking more about the type of engagement that would meet the high bar to go through the scoping that we're looking to develop.
Thank you very much, Mark. It is not entirely clear to me the direction that this board is giving to the task force in this respect, which doesn't mean that we didn't listen to very substantial interventions and contributions, but I think that the task force needs a little bit more insight about how the board sees this question. Should we stick to the IAASB definition? If not, why? What are we envisaging as being an alternative, or why this does not fit into our objectives? I'm not going to require everybody to speak, but if you could, in a very clear and to the point way, refer to this question, not to decide now, of course, because as Jeff rightly said, not only the task force has to come back to this, but also the roundtables will be very important, but have more clarity about what is around the table in terms of the understanding of this, about this question. Luigi.
As mentioned before, I have no objections in defining terms. At the end, probably this would be necessary in order to have proper qualification, proper requirement, and proper design of the entire architecture. I probably tend to recommend now to keep open this point until when we have already defined the direction of travel in terms of what this means in terms of requirements. I'm I would be probably, this is my personal approach, which is not necessarily the right one, but I would prefer first understanding the requirements and what we are requiring in terms of ethics to these individuals, whether we call them leader or partner, and afterward to take a decision on the definition. Tentatively, I will try to be as aligned as possible with the other board in order not to have too many differences. If there are good reasons to adopt another, I'm open. I have no issues with that. But my first interest is to define or to arrive at defining the specific requirement, what we need, what we believe is the highest bar that everyone, PA or not PA, should comply with in terms of fundamental principle and the application of this fundamental principle. Then the definition would be, I would not say the easiest task, because probably it will not be so easy, but not the most relevant in my view in this approach.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Point taken. Chana, please.
Thanks, Chair. I would, in the first instance, stick with the IAASB definition. As Galen said, at the end of the day, somebody has to be certified and somebody has to be responsible for the engagement. So, like as Ken also mentioned, it would be a high bar to depart from an IAASB construct. So initially, I would tend to stay with this, but I think Felician made the point in the morning whether it should be leader or partner. So that would be something the task force could consider. And then, you just modify the engagement partner definition, because that clearly says that this is the person who's responsible, whatever you want to call it, chief executive or director or whatever. Somebody is responsible at the end of the day.
Thank you, Chana. Rich.
I would suggest that, as Ken read it, the definition of engagement partner covers what we want to have it cover. It addresses the partner or other person, thank you, who's responsible for the engagement, its performance, et cetera, what Ken read. And I don't know where the ISBA is going with this, or IAASB is going, because they don't even define the person. They go on to talk about other members of the engagement team. I think we could just put a statement in that says engagement partner is an engagement leader are one and the same thing. And if that makes the term engagement leader easier to use in Part 5 to describe sustainability roles and reflects the fact that different organizations may have different structures, it leaves the definition in the same responsible place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. Andy?
Thanks, Rich. I would sign up to and endorse that as well. I think it's just a label, and contextually, I think different professions might treat a different label, but it's the person in charge. So the framework of the IAASB uses leader, so that's an example of a framework. Other frameworks might use different words, but I think we could easily define it as partner or leader or whoever, the person responsible amongst the people who work on this particular thing. I mean, I think that's the substance of what we're getting at. So,
okay, thank you, Andy. Paul, please.
Maybe a bit too simplistic, but could it be exactly that without the brackets? Leader stroke partner. No or, just leader stroke partner. Just take out the brackets and just keep it. No. Oh, why, maybe?
No, we need to be very clear and specific in the code. If it's about the drafting, we could say engagement leader or partner, but I wouldn't have a slash.
If I could just come back briefly, I mean, when he was speaking earlier, Mark says some of these jurisdictions are not going to be, they're not going to have regulatory oversight. But I think, as far as the board is concerned, I would hope that you would approach this from the notion that it will be at some point. And if it will be at some point, if that means that there's no oversight right now, it's ultimately going to arrive in that no oversight right now is what the regulation is.
If I may just might come in with at least a summary of what I've heard and what I would suggest we might want to do in terms of the way forward. Essentially my observation is that it seems to me that with this definition of a sustainability assurance practitioner, in particular the idea that we might actually have use of that term in the code, I just question whether we are going a bit on a wild goose chase, because this definition is the equivalent of the definition of the auditor in the ISSB standard. We don't use the term auditor in the code. We use the term engagement partner, we use the term engagement team, assurance team, and these are very specific terms in an independence context. We don't have the term auditor in our code. And therefore, I question whether we indeed need a term that is sustainability assurance practitioner, and therefore the definition that goes with that. What we do need in the code is the term engagement leader or partner, and the definition to go with that, because that is what we need in order to direct the independence requirements to the specific individual who is taking over responsibility, etc. So Christelle, I would just ask the work stream to think carefully as to what use would we have of the term sustainability assurance practitioner in the code, and if there is no use for it, we don't need it, and we should just come back to the board maybe on Friday and seek the board's direction as to whether to go with engagement leader or partner, and be clear as to how that would be defined.
Sorry, Ken, now it's me who have a doubt. What you are suggesting is that we check if we need the sustainability assurance practitioner, and maybe conclude that if we don't, we just use the same words that we were using before, or possibly adding or replacing partner by leader. Is that what you are suggesting? Okay, yeah, you'll take that on board, but
just a quick point, I guess, just to recap what the workstream one had in the discussion. The reason why we potentially need this term is in part 1 to 3, let's just say part 1 and 3 and just the assurance side. We're looking at the ethics component of assurance. You can't just say professional accountant in part 1. You need to have expanded out to those who potentially are not from the profession if we're going that direction. So that's why this term became a necessary term, because we need it for part 1 if we're going that direction of integrated. So that's the rationale for having this definition to start.
And to making clear that they are included in the scope, is that it? To make clear?
Yes.
Make clear that those sustainability assurance practitioners, which are not the regular ones, so to say.
Yeah, that's right, because if you are professional accountants, then you're already covered in the code. But if you're not, hence we need to have a broader, a term that captures those who are not already captured by the code.
Okay, well, still, Rania? Sorry.
Thanks. So just to clarify, Ken, so what you're saying is if you take out the term practitioner and you're saying that the code will only apply to the engagement leader, or it's speaking to the engagement leader, is that what we're saying? And just
from an independence perspective, I think what Jeff has said is from an ethics point of view, in other words, the ethical requirements, not the independence requirements, to whom should the ethical requirements apply if they are not professional accountants? In other words, you know, how do we
But is this the message that we want to get across? I mean, shouldn't we be promoting like ethical behavior and ethical requirements across the team? I think
Yes,
this is
that's what we're doing. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I don't think that we should limit ourselves to just the partner or the senior in charge. I mean,
No, that's not the
yeah.
intent.
Okay.
From an independence perspective, we don't need this term because
Okay.
we already have the terms engagement partner, the engagement team, and the assurance team.
Okay.
So independence is taken care of.
Okay.
The question before the board is, do we need a term such as sustainability assurance practitioner to cover non-PAs with regard to the ethics provisions? Meaning objectivity, all the fundamental principles and anything else, all the other requirements in Part 3, for
But they
example.
shouldn't they?
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. And therefore,
Yeah.
do we go with that term? Then that's what I've
Yeah.
asked, in effect, the work stream to consider. Do we believe that term would be useful?
Yeah.
And if so, then to come back to the board with an articulation as to why, you know, this term is the most appropriate way to capture the non-PAs.
Yeah.
Or whether there's another way to capture them without having to go with the ISSB definition.
I just want like a final point. I'd just like to second what Andy said. I would personally, I'd go for something like as broad, like someone who is just to describe, to be more descriptive and to keep it open for different professions, the different, you know, labels that they use, the different titles that they use, just and like other members of the team, or I would try to keep it as broad as possible, and more, and perhaps even I would go one step further, because this is an ethics code, and you know, to raise the bar and to be even more encompassing than perhaps, you know, IAASB requirements. I'm just
Yeah, and I would ask Rania as to why one would think this definition that's before us is not broad enough.
Yeah, I think it's
yeah.
Yeah,
So if
but
it is
keep
broad
the term
enough,
practitioner. That's what I'm saying, to encompass all of. You get my point. So, like, refer to the term to keep the sustainability assurance practitioner as a term.
Yeah.
And then keep the definition as is, so
Yeah.
that like
Yeah.
yeah, or equivalent even, yeah, something like that.
Okay, Feliciana, do you still want to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Just a small one, a clarification. Maybe it's my lack of understanding of differentiating between a practitioner and a provider. So in my understanding, if you're a practitioner, you probably belong to a practice. You're trained, like what the team has been mentioning. And I don't know whether we are saying that everybody who is going to be into sustainability assurance provision has to be qualified, trained, and all those things. So I don't know whether we could also replace the sustainability assurance practitioner with a provider, just in case some people may not be as trained and qualified as should be.
Okay, thank you for that point. Of course, the task force, unless there is anything immediately in the opposite sense, will consider also that proposal, which I understand. I don't know if we can go in that direction, but I understand your proposal, so it will be considered together with the rest. I don't see anyone else wanting to make comments. We still have problems with the sound and I think the image. I received a message from Caroline Lee saying that she can hear us, she can see the slides, but she can't see us. And that she could listen to Yao Shu, which is something strange because we don't, but okay. So trying to, Christelle, do you want to try to wrap up or?
Well, I understand that we have to demonstrate what is the use of this terminology within the code. We have to define if it's useful only for the assurance part or not, and if not, does it sufficiently cover the people that we need to have with the right type of ethics and skills. So we'll do the job.
Thank you. I think the short and very, very clear after all this discussion, which is what we need. Thank you very much, Christelle. And we will be looking forward for the results of your reflections upon all these very lively contributions. I'm very happy with that, I must say, because it would be strange that at the start of such an important project and with such critical definitions, and it's not only about definitions, it's really about the conceptual framework and basis of the projects. It would be very strange if there weren't different visions and different perspectives. So this is where the light will come from, and so therefore I'm very happy with this discussion and wish you good luck to digest all that we have heard here. And I would suggest that we break here for half an hour, and then we come back at 5, if possible, okay? Thank you very much. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. Welcome back for the last part of this discussion, before the next one, but for today it will be the last part of the discussion on the work stream 2 proposals. And I will immediately give the floor to Christelle to present on the next considerations.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the last definition that we propose today to go through is the professional activity. There is a definition in the Extends Code, which is an activity requiring accountancy or related skills undertaken by a professional accountant, including accounting, auditing, etc. A list of usual activities. This definition, of course, needs to become relevant for both sustainability reporting by PAs. For the moment, we are focused on that. And for sustainability assurance by PAs and non-PAs. So the extent code definition is used by PAOs for certification, qualification, for training. So it is a delicate definition that it needs carefulness in changes. But we need to expand the examples to cover sustainability-related activities, to be more to the point. We still have to discuss further the skills and expertise required for accountancy and sustainability reporting and assurance. And, but we also are conscious that the way we are going to build up the code has an influence. So on next slide, regarding the assurance, the changes depend on the strategic decision we will make. If we are on a fully integrated approach, the question is, are the activities such as preparing sustainability information or providing assurance thereon adequately covered by the reference to accountancy-related skills? And would a non-PA feel okay with such a shortcut? If we go to a standalone approach, the question is, should all the examples be maintained? All what is specifically relating to accounting could be pulled off. Then we have a third version, which is the next slide, the new part 5 case. There we will have to deal with both questions, since the current proposal for part 5 forces that in certain circumstances, PAs providing assurance on sustainability information would still apply parts 1 to 4A when they are also the financial auditor. So this means also that under the current proposal for part 5, we would need to change the part 1, 3, and 4 so that they include the sustainability-related considerations for the PAs. Yeah. So here what we present is we need to define the professional activity. There is high sensitivity if we change this definition in the first part of the code, because there are a lot of things linked to it in the professional accountant world, and namely certification, for example. But we also need to adapt, and we can do that maybe more easily in a part 5. Okay. Unless in this case, we would have the first part for PAs, which would not be bothering for qualifications, certification, etc. And we would have a part 5, which would be more nurtured by sustainability examples. That's the point. So I don't know if I answered or went to your observation, but we raised the subject of professional duties, skills, etc. within this, and we see where it is useful. So the floor is to the board.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christelle. Another simple question to this board, to which I hope that you have I'll not say answers, but contributions. Basically, what we have here is very clear the need to keep this definition, sensitiveness in changing the definition, possibility of extending the definition so as to cover sustainability topics and possibly other providers. Different ways, I'm trying to summarize what is proposed here, different ways to approach it depending on the decision that we will make on having a fully integrated approach, standalone approach, or part 5 approach. So the board is invited to provide input on what is being not proposed, because there is not a concrete proposal, I think, Christelle, if I may, if I understood well. Yeah. 3 options to be considered, and that we will not, of course, decide today, because we have not made a decision about the approach to take. So, yeah, the floor is open, and comments and contributions are very welcome. Andy, front runner.
Thank you, Christelle and Task Force. And I think you're right, this does address some of the issues I was discussing earlier. And I don't think that occurred to me when I went through the materials, because it looks like you're looking for an approach and you don't have a draft yet of what the different would look like. Because the definition professional activity, it includes within it the undefined term of professional accountant, and that's really where the action is. And I think you have identified the relevant items in, is it in this slide? My slide's a little bit different, regarding certification, qualification, training, etc. And so I think that that nature does need to be here somewhere. It does get to be awkward when we define it, more broadly. I would agree that professional activity probably would, if you're changing that in the front part of the code, cause a lot of mischief because of its use throughout. I think contextually, if we had a definition of professional sustainability activity, that could also serve side by side with this, not as a superseding, but in context, how it might be. I'm just not meaning to be drafting here. But I think the issue for the task force and for us to determine is what would be in the public interest, the meaningful professional accountant equivalent. And I think you're on the right track with looking at the certification, qualification, and training, such that the person performing the sustainability assurance or sustainability services is able to, because we have an assumption that the members of an IFAC member body fit within these qualifications. And so we're well known to what that is. So when we deal with other professionals, we can't make an assumption, so we have to describe in some sort of qualitative terms to separate that they're an appropriate professional to do this, that they're not just anyone on earth, that they have some sort of professional acumen, so that the fundamental principles of professional competence and due care is a reasonable thing that person could accomplish. So having said all that, I'm not quite sure where we're landing, but I think that if it does depend upon which option we ultimately take, but I mean, I do think the task force is pointed at the correct direction in terms of qualifying, because we can't describe it for every profession that might exist, but we can describe some of the qualifications, and certification, qualification, training, et cetera, seems to be the right approach for a sustainability assurance practitioner. So I don't know if that's helpful, but that's just my response to that, and thank you for those comments.
Thank you very much, Angie. I'll just call the board's attention for the fact that we have questions on the table. The task force has kindly provided some questions with respect to all of the options that we may have to consider, whether fully integrated, standalone, or Part 5. The questions for the fully integrated approach and standalone approach are there, and then for Part 5, the question is whether the activities such as preparing sustainability information, providing assurance thereon, are adequately covered by the reference to accountancy-related skills, and should all the examples be maintained, notably accounting. This is not to limit the discussion, on the contrary, but just make reference to the questions that are being made, and that may help then making decisions in the future. Vanya.
Thank you, Gabriela. Just calling attention that these possibilities here should be taken into consideration together with the analysis of which option will be taken. Because if we are taking option 1, for example, there will be repercussion. You would have to rewrite that, and that might pose a problem for those who are involved with qualifications, certifications, and other things. So this should not be considered isolated from that decisions tree that we considered yesterday.
Thank you, Vanya, for stressing that. Rich, sorry.
Thank you. And this is, I think, a sensitive question, because if you look in the glossary and you look about how we've used terms, for example, the term professional activity is then used in the definition of what a professional service is. And so we're going to have to, depending on which approach we take into consideration that that definition, if we're going to keep this structure the same way, is going to have to be modified sufficiently to cover the professional services. I would personally opt for not removing something, but rather for figuring out either what had to be added or, and again, we're not here wordsmithing, but Andy had a good point about maybe define it itself, even if you're in the integrated part of the integrated approach. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Other comments? Well, don't seem so. So, Christelle, back to you.
Yes, so thank you. This will be a little bit stored until we have chosen the way. Now we go to a completely different part, which is on the professional agnostic ethics standard for sustainability reporting. So as part of the board's material for today's session, we shared our discussion paper on the case for developing professional agnostic standards for sustainability reporting versus the case for adapting our reporting standards to sustainability issues only for PAs.
Christelle, I'm sorry for interrupting
Yes?
you. Before we move forward, I don't know if Robert Buchanan, I haven't asked you because I assume that you
Sorry.
feel completely comfortable to flag your interest to speak, but since we are moving towards a different topic, if you want to speak now, don't feel pressured.
I have no
Just-
comment at this stage. I'm listening to the discussion and
okay.
And I'm very comfortable with the direction which is very responsive to the public interest.
Thank you, Robert. Just
Thank
didn't
you.
want you to miss the opportunity in case you had anything to flag. So, Christelle,
Thank you.
I apologize. I apologize. But
Okay, so maybe we go on next slide and next slide. So, as you know, IOSCO issued a regulatory call for Iesba to develop the professional agnostic standards for sustainability assurance. However, no such call has been issued for sustainability reporting. Therefore, the answer to the question, should Iesba develop a standard for the sustainability reporting, also in a professional agnostic way or for PAs only, should be dealt with promptly, as it has multiple consequences on our work stream. This is why we take it on board today. The case for, on next slide, the case for profession agnostic standards would allow for complete profession agnostic framework covering both assurance and reporting. It would entail strong, consistent guardrails at critical points in sustainability information supply chain. It would also ensure a level playing field between PAs and other preparers. While if we develop profession agnostic standards now, there is a risk also that standards not be used by all potential preparers. We know we need time to assess the market demand, regulatory approach, and level of public interest. And regarding the lack of professional or regulatory regime, we know there is a lack applying to those preparers who are not PAs for monitoring, supervising, and enforcing compliance with the Iesba standards. So we are convinced that without such a system, any new Iesba standard meant to be applicable to non-PAs would likely be ineffective. And also, this option is more time effective to develop, which is important in the context of Iesba's commitment regarding the sustainability project. So the workstream 2 proposal on next slide is to limit our scope to the development of ethics standards for sustainability reporting for PAs only at this stage, and to take into account, of course, feedback from the CAG we will share in a minute, and of roundtables for the board to explore later the strategic issue after initiating further research in due course. Regarding the CAG's comments on next slide, the CAG expressed preliminary support for developing standards for PAs only, but recognized this is still an early stage to decide. It seems an option that is more aligned with Iesba's mandate, and it may be difficult to get non-PAs to use Iesba standards. The example of the US was particularly raised by one of the CAG members. The CAG also raised the question of the present role of PAIBs versus others within the organizations relating to sustainability information preparation, saying, well, do we have a good view on what is the state of the art? Who's responsible for what? What are the actors within the companies? And does it have an impact on your decision? The CAG acknowledged that there are broader issues relating to management and board of directors responsibilities depending on jurisdictions, and also recognize that there is an important matter to collect feedback from stakeholders at the roundtable and more largely in our outreaches, while they appreciated the time and resource pressure that we have. So, do Iesba agree with our proposal that unless strong arguments today not quite identified are raised during the roundtables, do you agree that we limit the scope of work stream 2 to develop the ethics standards for sustainability reporting for PAs only? It is a key decision for us to be able to start drafting for sure.
Thank you very much, Christelle. Well, before we start discussion, let me just add here one or two personal comments. And one of them is, this is very well presented, and we can see clearly what was the journey that the work stream went through to get to this proposal. That I'm not at all judging. Just add that the idea of the objective of serving the public interest, that is there on the second slide, I think, but has to be I think the last resort of our decision. Of course, having in mind all the arguments that have been put on the table. Secondly, well, I think that not all the arguments probably have the same weight in this decision. Some of them are very strong, others probably a little bit less strong. And thirdly, I would like to direct your attention. It means what it means. It means nothing, but direct your attention to what happened yesterday, which was for me an incredible surprise. Here in Abu Dhabi, when they told that, well, we adopted the code, and by the way, it is applicable to all those charged with governance. So when here in that slide, it says, taking into account feedback, the board to explore this strategic issue with stakeholders, we know that if we take this direction, of course, and this is for discussion, whether we are going to take a professional agnostic standard or not here, but we think that we have a long journey. We may have a long journey ahead of us in terms of discussion, interacting with other actors, with the corporate governance community, raising the topic of the non-existing framework for corporate reporting and a lot of other issues. But then suddenly they did it like this. Just the regulator said, okay, this is so, but this is for all. So this should also be taken into consideration. Of course, this is nothing that we can do. We are not regulators. We don't make decisions. So this is not for us to decide that this is going to be applicable to all those charged with governance. So the discussion here, I think it's more on the policy side. What should happen, and understand what we can do with respect to what we think that should be the place or the framework where we would land if we could. A little bit aspirational, and then measure the possibilities against that inspiration. Well, I'll save my other comments for later and open here the floor for comments and responses, if any, to the questions that have rightly been put forward for discussion by Workstream 2. Mark.
Thank you. I think this is a very carefully thought out proposal, and I'm strongly supportive of it. And I think for the following reasons. One, I think if the board agrees this proposal, it dramatically increases our ability to meet the deadline for delivering revised material to go out to an exposure draft as we've agreed. I think also in many jurisdictions, ultimate responsibility for the preparation of information rests with the directors. That doesn't change, so it provides in a way a safeguard that somebody is ultimately responsible. And I think that gives a degree of assurance. I think the other point that I would make is that at the moment, many jurisdictions use the code to take enforcement action against professional accountants who fail to meet their obligations. We are some way off in many jurisdictions having a similar enforcement regime for people who are not professional accountants, and therefore I think in a sense if we're looking at making this project manageable, this is a chunk that does not need to be delivered now, it could be delivered later. And I think the other thing as well that's a very important safeguard is almost regardless of who prepares this information, the other safeguard is the assurance engagement. So the fact that we have developed standards to govern the provision of a high quality assurance engagement ultimately bounces back and addresses that question of, are we acting in a way that improves the reliability of information? Are we doing that in a way that protects the public interest and underpins public confidence? And I believe we are. So I think for those reasons, I'm supportive of the task force's proposal.
Thank you, Mark. Jens, please.
Thank you, Christelle. Thank you, Gabriella. I understand this limited scope, and I'm supportive in the project we have ahead of us because of the timing issues and the importance of having even more outreach activities if we are also looking at the preparer side. But I would like to keep in mind that this is still an issue which we should consider, not perhaps in this project as a final stage, but I think looking around the global developments, there is a need of consistency also on the preparer side in sustainability and also in other parts in the financial sector or the governance sector. And I think from my discussions with other professions, I think there is merit to advertise our concept also to non-PAs. So I would say yes, but not forget it, to keep it on our agenda. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Jens. May I go around? Christelle, or do you want to react now?
No, we can go.
Okay. China, please.
Similar to the points raised by Mark and Jens, I would also support this approach. The other thing is ultimately this would probably be a responsibility of the CFOs, and like the vast majority of CFOs will be PAs anyway. So I think this is a good starting point, and it's not stopping somebody else taking and using it if they think that it is useful. I think the other thing is the quality of reporting is a thing we need to be mindful of, because if that quality is not good, the assurance job becomes harder. Again, it becomes a audit quality issue because the reporting must be to a certain standard, and like Jen said, we can always revisit this later on.
Thank you, Chana. Let me just challenge you, or challenge the board before we move forward. I fully agree with you that if the report quality is low, assurance gets very difficult, but that only raises the importance of having high-quality reporting. And there is something that it's getting more and more visible, and people are getting awareness of that, is that every time you have a problem, for instance, in the financial sector, like Jens mentioned, the question that comes immediately is, where was the auditor? What was the auditor doing? Why didn't he or she see what was happening and report? But most of the times, people forget that before the auditor going there, there was a problem that someone created. So the first line of defense lies with those who prepare the report and not with those who assure the report, who of course have a lot of responsibility, but don't have direct, immediate access and responsibility on the information that was provided. So I think that when work stream 2 says we have to do a little bit more work on this and explore the strategic issue with stakeholders, and it's also along the lines that Jens mentioned. I think it's exactly this question that is being raised. How are we going to? What can we do to make sure that this discussion and any possible developments are undertaken or happen, to make sure that at the first line of defense, which is, by the way, a very unregulated space, because there are some jurisdictions where there are some kind of rules, but basically what these preparers have is our code, the code of ethics. There is not much more than that. There are corporate laws and things like that, but when you say it's ultimately the responsibility of the CFO, but the CFO, if it's not an accountant, it's not subject to the code of ethics. So this is I think it's not complex. I think it's very clear that what the complexity is, that it has to be thought from scratch, I would say, because it's a conceptual framework that does not exist. And this is, I think, our big challenge. I mean, we are not going to solve it. We are not going to solve the world. It's not our responsibility to create a framework for all the preparers or all those involved in the preparation. It was what ADA did by extending the ethics standards to all those charged with governance, be it CFOs, directors, etc. So all of them are subject to the same standards. I think that we have a role here to play, and it's to foster this discussion around what can be done, not, of course, also by us, but by others, most certainly, to increase the quality of the reporting and make, therefore, the risk of assurance less relevant for the benefit of the public interest. Of course, it's what we are speaking about. We are not speaking about protecting professionals or professions or whatever. It's providing the best possible for the quality of the information for the public interest. Sorry for these comments, but I was being a little bit provoked by Jens, provoked in the good sense, and China. And so, well, Luigi.
I think that the preparation of the reporting is the first step to have reliable information prepared for the public interest entity, for the public interest. And so I will be quite concerned in not developing proper ethical standard for those that are preparing, whether they are PA or non-PA, such information. It seems to me that this could result in a lower level of quality of the information, and we should not simply rely on assurance services in order to restore this reliability, because it would be an unbalanced system, frankly. If we have to choose between having a timely standard prepared in order to keep our committed duties, I think we can assess whether to have track 1 and track 2 approach and having a second phase, but at the end we should have proper ethical rules for preparers, which is not really different from what happens today, because we are assuming that, well, we are not assuming, but the reality is that not all the preparers of the financial reporting are PAs, frankly. And this is the reason why across the world, regulators had implemented their own rules applicable for them, whether or not they are PAs. I think we need to recognize this, and my preferred scenario would be to have ethical rules applicable for preparers as a first step. If it is not possible, we will see what we are able to do.
Thank you, Luigi. Well noted. And as a matter, I think information as a response to the question or to the comment that not all those involved in the preparation of financial information are preparers. I would say that it's not very, I mean, many of them are not professional accountants. Mainly if you think about those in boards and even the CFOs that sometimes are accountants, many times they are not accountants. So there is a very split and diverse situation with many people involved in doing the same thing with different backgrounds. But if we move to sustainability, then I would say that the percentage of professional accountants that will be or are already involved in this area is even lower. So this is the kind of data elements that, of course, we will have to refine in the future, now or in the future phase 2 or whatever. But that matters for the decision, for policy policy approach, and for the decision that we may have to make about whether to do this or do another thing. So this is also an important point to take on board. Paul.
Thank you so much, Gabrielle. I have to be honest, I think given the running conversations we've had and very much the very consistent public messaging we've had as Iesba around the profession agnostic, for us then to take a step back and say that the scale of the work would keep us from delivering that, I feel creates a bit of a challenge almost in our credibility because of what we've been saying so aggressively around profession agnostic. I very much agree with what Luigi has put out, that there needs to be clarity on, even if it's a 2-track process, we need to stay true to the outcome commitment we've been consistently making. And how do we get that with anything we do? And just how do we support one another to get closer to achieving that? But we can't take that kind of a step back. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Very clear position. I'm looking at Christelle, but I think that Christelle is mostly taking note of what is being said.
But it's okay. I agree that the final objective could be, if this is really what our stakeholders need, could be to have a code that would apply in all circumstances of preparation of a reporting, whatever the subject matter reporting is. So, but it is a very invasive objective, which we really think is not compatible with the timeline that we have for the first step of our delivery, which was asked expressly, which is having professional agnostic assurance part. We can, I don't know if we are going to commit immediately to this second step. I think it will greatly depend on our outreach and roundtables and how regulators think we would fill a great gap. But we can promote the good principles that we are going to reshuffle, okay, to introduce the sustainability world into the part 2, okay? And we could promote that, of course, and saying that this could be reference for much more than the PAs. And it would be, and to some extent, this is what potentially is doing ADA, saying, well, I get it by the top level, those charged with governance, and it's their responsibility to organize themselves within the companies to cope with all these requirements. And then you don't have to, you have the issue of understandability by non-PAs that comes back, but not the level of requirements and the nature of the threats, etc., that we are addressing in part 2. So I wouldn't be comfortable by committing right now that there will be a track 2 to have a fully agnostic code, but it might come after the roundtables and outreaches and with due process questioning. It's a strategic question. And I think we can deliver something useful for preparers, be they, if they are PAs or non-PAs. And we'll see what is the best way to promote it for non-PAs, for example.
Okay, we still have some board members to be listened to. I just wanted to give you the opportunity at this time if you wanted to react somehow, and then we will take some conclusions from what we will still hear. Junpei, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. And Christos, thank you very much for your explanation. My understanding is that non-PA has an important role in sustainability reporting. It might be good that code would have the SQL requirement for not only PA but also non-PA. I believe that non-PA who has skills and knowledge should be subject to SQL requirement like PA. But considering timeliness, we need to have a priority on SQL requirement on PA. I believe it is efficient that we are going to develop the SQL requirement for PA first, and then we are going to consider and develop ones for non-PA based on the results of outreach, etc. in the future. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Junpei. Sadia.
So it's very hard to support a project where we're not sure if there's a demand for it. If we do go on with providing these provisions for non-PAs, are we sure that there's going to be someone who's going to be implementing them at the end of the day? I do agree that we might have a perception issue and we don't know enough about non-PAs as yet, but could there be a sustainability assurance provider that also does reporting? And are they subject to the code just for assurance but not for the reporting aspect? However, throughout today and yesterday we've been saying that we have resources and we have to prioritize, and I think that this is an area where we can actually help in prioritizing one issue over another. Not every project has to result in amendments to the code. So we have a couple of options available to us. The one is non-authoritative material. So instead of incorporating professional agnostic ethics into the code, we could offer non-authoritative material alongside it to say, if you want to, this is how part 2 and part 3 will apply to you. The second one, and we've done this in previous projects where we don't know enough information at the time, we ask the working group to, at the end of the project, to make a recommendation to our strategy and work plan. So while we go through roundtables, outreach events, those type of things, we might learn more. And if there is a need for this revisions to the code, this could be a recommendation that gets made at the end of the project to start a new scoping exercise and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Rania?
Yes, thank you. So actually, I mean, it's difficult to make up one's mind, I mean, listening to all the different arguments, but I mean, what Sanjeev said this earlier today, I think it's really, I mean, it really clicked. Like what we're looking at right now is, you know, what's behind us, effectively. So if we wanted to really try to look forward and to try to be ahead of the curve, if we see where the direction that, I mean, this is going, the direction of reporting, the direction of the international regulatory community. I think the fact that we've been called upon to develop profession-agnostic standards for assurance, sustainability assurance, suggests that, I mean, as Jens was saying, I think it shows that there is a need for consistency across the board. And I think very soon the world will realize and they will call for consistency in reporting. I think it's very important that we don't look at these as different piecemeals. We take a step back and look at the comprehensive picture. At the end of the day, it's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem of information. And I mean, in my opinion, the way things are going, at the end of the day, maybe 10 years down the line, it's not going to be anymore like sustainability information and financial information. I think somehow even our remit as a board is probably going to be evolving towards something more towards, rather than accounting information and accountants, more towards reported information by, you know, different entities across the board. So I think very much to what Paul said, I think if we're moving in the direction of profession agnostic, because that's what you know the world is expecting of us, and the world is I think this is a test for us. I mean, what we actually get out of this, how we actually deliver, and then to take a step back and say now, you know, when we talk about reporting, we're just going to address accountants. I agree, I mean, with what's been said, that I don't think it's very consistent with what we're doing right now, with the messaging, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Sanjeev?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think just taking on from where I think Rania finished and Paul made a comment, I think last couple of meetings, if I just kind of think through, we've been talking about looking at standards which are professional agnostic for sustainability to start with. Should all our standards be professional agnostic? Maybe that may be a long, long project, but today we are looking at only the sustainability part, one. Two, I think the data suggests that the reporting which is being done, there's a large number of non-PAs who are doing the reporting, because they are the experts. PAs may not be the experts in those areas. Two. Three, I think it is the ecosystem which Rania also mentioned, and the public interest, if you look at it, shouldn't the ethical standards apply to all who are reporting in the public interest? Now, our remit may be, and I don't have an answer to that, our remit may be that we are a board for professional accountants. And can we go beyond what our remit is in a way? But I think somewhere, if it is, whether it is track 1, track 2, or part 1, part 2, can we say because of the time constraint we can't do it? That may not be the right way to respond. Maybe track 1, track 2 may be the right way then. But I think the expectation of the stakeholders have changed so much in the last 10 years. I think probably we've discussed this before. And again, taking one example from tax planning, I think the question was put to us in one of the roundtables, or we discussed it probably in the task force. I think we've talked about the responsibility of the management. And I think the debate was, that can the standards apply to the management? And the answer is no, they'll apply to our PAs actually. But I think the point was to acknowledge that there is a responsibility of the management too to prepare the information correctly. And it is not always, as you mentioned, Gabriela, that if something goes wrong, the first question is, well, who's the PA? Who's the auditor? I mean, you look at whatever is happening to the banks right now. I think the question being asked is, who are the auditors? Should the question not be, what was the management doing? The auditor comes in later. The PA comes in later. So I think that's maybe, I don't have an answer, but I think somewhere the consideration should be that these ethical standards should apply to all, whosoever is preparing or issuing the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Rich.
Thank you. I guess if we've gone around here, I find it insightful that everybody has basically said the same thing, that we think the ethical standards should apply to preparers. And I support this proposal on the basis that we, as Mark indicated and others, we got to get the first thing done first and timely. But I don't think we should be long from going forward to the next step, and I actually don't think once we've put the energy into what we're going to do in the first phase, it'll be as challenging to complete that timely. And maybe we'll hear something from other our stakeholders, from regulators that tell us not to do this, or from the roundtables, but I'd be shocked because I have to agree with what Sanjeev just said. I think, even if you just look in the sustainability space, the concern expressed over perhaps some reporting that was self-aggrandizing for some organizations is that that's at the heart of what the ethical issues are, and are they preparing it and reporting it in a way consistent with the ethical principles that in concept our code represents. So I do think we should move on this rather quickly once we meet our first objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Mark, do you want to speak?
Just in terms of adding some context on the proposal, there is a glide path to sustainability reporting. It's not all going to happen in a big bang. And even within the most developed regime, which is the CSRD, the first reporting year will be the 2025 calendar year for many entities. But the requirement for assurance will be limited assurance. And I think, and I look to Jens to correct me, but I think it's 2028 that it moves to a reasonable assurance opinion. So we have a window in which to, in a sense, deal with the issues that we can't deal with immediately in this project. And actually, in that window, we will be able to invest some time and some effort into actually understanding some of the issues we need to deal with to support high quality ethical behaviour by preparers, to ensure that the non-PAs understand the expectations about how they move from preparing information that can support a limited assurance opinion to one that can support a reasonable assurance opinion in 2028. So I just wanted to say that it's not all a burning platform, it's the fact that it will iterate over time, and I think that it buys us the space that we need to deliver the project, but it also allows us to ensure that we can develop additional material as necessary to support that later window of 2028.
Thank you, Mark. Vania?
Thank you. Actually, what I had to say was already introduced by Junpei and also by Sanjeev. I think that if we state that what we are doing is just for PA, it will make things more comfortable for us, because we will be protecting our job stating it is just for PAs. But do we have to state that? Because just imagine that Abu Dhabi was considering adopting a Iesba code right now, and it was stated that is just exclusively to PAs. they will not have announced yesterday that they'll be applying this as well to those charged with governance. Because in my perception, we are dealing with ethical behavior here, the ethical principles. And we are not discussing techniques, we are not discussing auditing, we are discussing what is necessary to make the report, to make the information reliable and useful for the public interest. Which of the ethical principles will be releasing the non-PA to be applying when dealing with sustainability information from the beginning? So I do not think that it is necessary that we establish that we are limiting the work that will be done. What we can say is that this is just a first phase, and then we understand that we will be evolving the application further as the sustainability information progress. Just.
Thank you, Vania. Chana, do you want to speak again, please?
Thank you, Gabriela. Just going back to Mark's point, I think most jurisdictions are going to have a phased-in approach. Even in Australia, the current Treasury consultation is exploring whether initially sustainability should apply to the top 200 listed entities, and it will be initially limited assurance and working towards reasonable, and so they're asking the question. So I think we have a window of opportunity. I'm also mindful of the staff resources, and so I would support Mark's comment that we have a window to deal with it by first dealing with the more important thing, Crystal. And maybe we should ask the question in the strategic work plan about the track 2, as we started calling it, because that's about to go out. Maybe we should ask the question there from the stakeholders.
Thank you, Chana. Jumpai, do you want to speak? You have, yeah? Okay. Ken?
Thank you, Gabriela. I think much has been said around the table, and I think I can probably echo pretty much what everybody has said in terms of the direction of travel, which is that there is a strategic opportunity for this board to take the leadership position on this issue. It is an opportunity for this board to be the leader in the public interest, because it is an issue of the public interest that we're dealing with here. It's not about serving the interests necessarily of the accounting profession, because clearly the board's remit is not about really just about what is needed to support the role of the accounting profession, but the board's role is broader than that. It is about what is going to be in the public interest after all. And that's what I would encourage the board to always have in mind as to what would best meet the public interest in the longer term. And that is the strategic window of opportunity. And I would say also that the board doesn't need to make a decision at this point right now, because we still need to go through the roundtables, and I think the roundtables, in fact, would provide a wonderful opportunity to expose this question and really collect information, feedback, reactions from the broad range of stakeholders. And maybe to Chana's suggestion to try to use the strategy consultation paper as an avenue to seek input from stakeholders, I'd probably say the work stream 2 exposure draft might be the better route to take, simply because we are going to go through the roundtables in 2 to 3 weeks' time. And if the board approves a strategy and work plan consultation paper at this meeting, that document needs to go out by early April. And we wouldn't have had a chance to have collected the roundtable input. So I'd much rather that the board has the benefit of having heard from the roundtables and then consider whether there's any additional issues, factors, etc.
Thank you very much, Ken. Sorry, Robert, no, you please go. I'll speak. Do you prefer to speak after me? I'll speak last. Okay, so I just wanted to make some comments on what I heard. I can't resist, because I think that this has been a terrific conversation, exactly the kind of conversation that this board should be holding, no matter what different opinions we have around the table. This is really the strategic conversation, dialogue, and direction that we are expecting from the board. So really pleased about this conversation, really pleased about the approach of the board as well, which, I mean, I didn't know what I was expecting, but I was not expecting such a strategic thinking, not because I do not trust, but because it's really thinking out of the box. And as you've seen, I was being careful, and I'm careful about the approach to this proposal, or the proposal that is not being made, because I see the many constraints, difficulties, uncertainties, etc. But let me add here two or three things. First, a very more operational one, and picking up on what Ken was suggesting, and what was suggested here to make a question on the round tables or whatever. I just would say that I'm not sure that the question is the same that we are making for workstream 1 on the profession agnostic. I don't know if the question here is about developing profession agnostic standards, or is more about building a system where the standards apply to all. Because I don't think that we have the same level of difficulty for those involved in the preparation of the reporting to understand the standards or to deal with them. I mean, there are some adaptations that might have to be done, but it's not the same question that we have in for independence in assurance. But more than that, I don't think that the problem that is being discussed here around the table, and it was the board and not me or Christelle that led the conversation in that direction, was not, should we develop profession agnostic standards? The question was, should the standards that we are going to develop apply also to non-professional accountants, which is a completely different question. I mean, at least it goes in a different way. What we are doing on sustainability assurance is we have a regulatory call, we have an enough confidence that this is necessary as well, so let's make the standards that we need to make this happen this way. I think that the question here is much more strategic, much more philosophical about what we want this bigger framework to look like in 10 years' time or in 5 years' time. It's about all the reasoning that we had around it. We heard from many voices, now I will not repeat them, about why this possibly should apply to everybody. So the question, I agree that, of course, that we should make the question somewhere, but I'm not sure that we should just say, should we do the same that we are doing for sustainability assurance, for sustainability reporting, because I don't think that it's the same. So this is the first comment. Secondly, on the regulatory call, and it's exactly what Ken was saying. Even if we don't get a regulatory call, that doesn't mean that if we identify here a public interest issue, that we don't go and then we don't take the lead. So we have our own thinking, we have our own motivation, we have our own life as a board and our own purpose. So if at some point in time we decide that this is in the public interest and we can do it, so let's do it, and we don't have that much to wait for that call. Now, the consistency. The consistency and the reasoning of this proposal, I think it should be left very clear, whatever decision is made, but it seems that the board is leaning towards an agreement around we should do something, but it's probably not the time because we don't have the resources, we don't have time, and we don't have enough knowledge, but let's not, like Jens was saying, let's not drop it, and let's not give the perception, Paul, that we are just saying, oh no, we are not doing that because we don't have resources. I believe after this conversation around the table that we have to keep this discussion alive and to make it in a structured way, reach out to stakeholders, corporate governance community, etc., in terms of raising this problem This is the first line of defense. This is where the problem always starts. This is, I would say, 90% of the times an ethical problem, much more than a technical problem or an operational problem. And so if we are, if the conviction is that this is where we have to act, then let's do what we have to do. So thank you very much. I'm going to give the floor to Robert, that I'm very curious to listen about this as well, I must say. But in advance, thank you very much for this terrific conversation and contribution.
Well, it's good to have the POB's comments preempted by the chair, isn't it? The POB will be very comfortable with this discussion and I think endorsing everything that the chair has just said. So there's no doubt that there's a need to address the issue. However, the question is framed, Gabriella, and the board does seem to agree that this is the case. I was going to say in my prepared comments before the discussion that the board doesn't need to wait for a global regulatory call, and there was an impression coming out of the paper that that was sort of the starting point for the discussion, but it's very clear from the discussion itself that the board doesn't see it that way, and the point about taking a leadership role in the public interest without necessarily waiting for the regulators is a very strong point. And of course, you are in constant discussion with regulators, and the POB is always encouraging both standard setting boards to raise issues with regulators on an ongoing basis. And indeed, we can have a discussion about this at the POB meeting with the chair in April, and I'm sure that will help as well to take this forward. So don't need to wait for the regulators to lead. There's a lot of emerging evidence to respond to. There are identified risks. There's an outcome that the board wants to achieve. And as the chair said, this is the first line of defence, and so it's very important. So this approach that's being taken at the moment to go on the glide path, as Mark has described it, and as Chana has endorsed, buy some time, use the window, that may be considered an adequate approach at this stage, particularly given the pressure on resources and the urgency of the other work. That's very clear. But I certainly agree that in communicating the decision around this, step away a bit from the starting premise of the paper and communicate that this is a live issue. The board is monitoring the developments, looking at academic research. I'm sure there is academic research in this area. Continue interacting with regulators using the roundtables and then responding to the evidence as it emerges. Just to close, so that's I think all I want to say about that, Gabriella. But just a closing word on the topic as a whole, and just responding to your invitation earlier, following the earlier discussion. The definition issues are difficult, and I've heard similar discussions before around this board table. For example, in the technology project, where there's been deep dives into terminological issues and thinking about the unintended consequences of amending and changing definitions in specific areas and the potential impact on the core code. So it's very important to do that, but it does seem that these types of discussions do give guidance to the task force, and Christelle, you've confirmed to me during the break that yes, you do have sufficient guidance from the board, from the discussion, from the detailed discussion today to proceed, and Mark, I think that's the case as well with Workstream 1. So again, just for transparency purposes and just to reiterate this, it's just important for the task force to do the thinking, come back, but being clear about the reasoning and using the PIF where possible. And just finally to reiterate again this need for coordination with the IAASB. It's not that there is no coordination. James, as you and I discussed the coordination is there, so it's a matter of using the channels, and we don't yet know what the IAASB will end up doing at its March meeting in terms of progressing this and whether it'll be able to expose in June. So it's just a matter of remaining agile and keeping the two boards aligned as far as possible, but making clear, as I said earlier, that you're all going towards the same endpoint. So if I can just thank the board for the opportunity to observe the discussion on this very important topic. I think a lot of progress has been made, and well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert, for this substantial contribution and analysis of what has been discussed here today. I think that unless Christelle, you want to add something to the.
I'm happy.
That's good. I wish we could hear that conclusion every time. So we'll do the best that we can for that. So I'm happy too. That's what I have to say. Thank you very much. And for the reasons why I'm happy, I've shared them already. Thank you to all of you. And well, have a nice rest of the day. I don't know if there are any administrative recommendations for tomorrow. So please.
Thank you, Gabriela. Two items for the board to bear in mind. Number one is the panel session tomorrow morning. It will be held in the same room where we held the opening session. There will be two representatives from ADAP with Gabriela and Jens for the panel session. It's going to be from 9 to 10 a.m. And thereafter we can begin the board agenda for Wednesday. In terms of the social activity after the board meeting tomorrow, it's going to be held at the Jubair Park, where the board will have an opportunity to plant some mangroves and do the mural, etc. Just a few points to bear in mind. First of all, let me convey the board's appreciation to ADA for its kindness and generosity in hosting our social activity tomorrow. There will be about 10 or so ADA representatives, staff who will be joining us. And therefore, I would encourage all of us to make an effort to get to know them, engage with them, and socialize, certainly. In terms of the meeting point, we will be meeting in the lobby, in the lobby of the Grand Hyatt Hotel at 2:45. In terms of the attire for the social activity, our recommendation is that you wear comfortable clothing, lightweight shorts if you have them, with t-shirts or blouse, and shoes such as sneakers. You'll have an opportunity to go back to the hotel after the lunch to change into the proper attire. If you prefer to change your clothing at the meeting place, where we're going to have the activity, there will be restrooms available where you can change into suitable attire. For those who did not bring comfortable clothing, we will be able to go barefoot into the water. It's not going to be very deep, ankle high, and there will be some staff members who will take the lead in that regard. So they will be testing the water, make sure there isn't anything tricky. You will be going into the water, yes. Don't worry. To plant the mangroves. Yes, I understand. Yes. Well, staff. Yeah, there will be staff to. Yeah. Sorry, you won't be diving in. But it's going to be ankle deep, or at least no higher than your sort of calf. Hopefully. Yes. There will be water, no mud, no mud. We shall see. Well, if you choose not to partake in the mangrove planting, there will be an area where you can enjoy some beverage until everyone is back. Please let us know today if you are not participating in the planting session, as clearly they don't want to bring more plots than there are going to be people planting them. So that is, in effect, the outline for the activity tomorrow. I would encourage all our board participants, board members, TAs, official observers, staff to please make an effort to be there, because it's an activity that's hosted by ADA, and there will be their representatives, staffs, etc. there, and I think it would be good to have a good turnout. Thank you.
So basically, we are requested to join. Thank you very much. I think we are, for today, I think that we are ready. Have a nice rest of day, and be ready for tomorrow. For the meeting?